And we are live. Hey, everybody, this is Roberto Blake. Hope you create something awesome today. Welcome back to another Friday channel review session. Today, we're going to be reviewing as many as 10 YouTube channels with super chats. We already have two great super chats in from our community to do the channel reviews. So we try to do these on Fridays, usually around, 7:30, 8 p.m. Eastern, almost every Friday when I'm not traveling, so that we can go ahead and review your YouTube channels and we give a constructive criticism about something that you could absolutely improve that'll make a difference. We tell you one thing that you're doing right, and then I give you the best tip I possibly can for what I think will make a difference in your YouTube strategy. Most of this, we focus on topic, title, thumbnail, and timing when it comes to your views. When it comes to growing an audience, we focus on what we call the audience avatar. Who are the like-minded and like-hearted people you're trying to attract to your YouTube channel using human behavior, psychology, and marketing? We are not trying to cheat the YouTube algorithm. We are trying to find human beings that actually want to watch our content, and we're figuring out how we can focus more on them, be value first creators, make what they want to watch. We're not here to be artists trying to turn lead into gold. We are here as content creators trying to go full time on YouTube, trying to polish gems and cut them down to perfection as best as we can. And we're trying to do that so we put the viewer first and what they value and take our ego out of the equation. At least that's the general idea. So we're going to also be taking questions in the chat throughout this. We're going to jump into the channel reviews. I will also, from time to time, show you a little bit of behind the scenes of some YouTube analytics stuff. We like to do that and just basically take you into the advanced section of YouTube analytics, because there's a lot you can learn if you can get into YouTube's advanced mode. And so we like to drill down into that sometimes. Now, spoiler alert here and disclaimer, sometimes I'll have access to a version of things because I'm early that you might not have. For example, the new design, I have access to that, but I also have access to the multi-language audio dubbing for multiple languages. We in our previous workshops that we do on Wednesday. So like I said, we've got a couple of channel reviews in the queue already. What we're going to do is we're going to load them up here on screen, and then we will full screen them, and you'll get to see your channels getting reviewed if you're doing the super chats. The mods are here in the building, making sure people are getting taken care of. What we're going to do is these are going to be $20 super chats for channel reviews. We'll go ahead and review them for about up to 6 minutes. And these will be public channel reviews that people can watch the replay of. You can learn from it. You can ask questions in the chat. You're also going to get some advice from the community here in the chat. Remember, we have our free Creator Foundations course over at awesomecreatoracademy.com for you. We also have our free Creator Foundations Discord if you want to share with each other and you want to learn more about content creation. We also recommend a lot of great tools like our live stream sponsor, our good friends over at 1 of 10. They have the best strategy tool for YouTube in the community to help you find outlier videos, research thumbnails and topics that are working in your community in the last 30 or 90 days and know what people actually want to watch from you, what the standards are for those thumbnails. Could even help you understand title formats that are effective in your niche, finding your niche neighbors and what they're doing well. So highly recommend 1of10.com. They have a discount code for us. If you use code Roberto, you get 50% off. If you use code AWESOME, you get a 30-day free trial so you can try before you buy. At least get the free trial, y'all, so you can see the tool for yourself. You decide if it's worth it or not. I'm not here to convince anybody. I just want you to know it exists and to show you how to use it sometimes. So thanks to our friends over at 1of10.com for being a great partner, a great sponsor for the last year, and for helping out with the channel reviews and making that something we get to do. So we have our first channel reviews here. We have Catchin. Hey, Roberto. Hey, Roberto, my channel is surrounding college. I do vlogs mostly. I'm in art college studying to be an art teacher. This is my final year of college, so content will be scarce soon. I mostly have assignments, so not so much art at the moment. Okay, so this is great. We're going to look at your channel, but I'm going to give you guys a content strategy for anyone who is a college-aged content creator. So, if you're a college-aged content creator, I think you should take advantage of the fact that you're in college. I think you should talk to other people your age. If you're a Gen Z adult in college, you should make things like Gen Z reacts videos. You can make things like asking Gen Z about this, about that. I would make lifestyle content while I'm in college and maybe content about the thing that I'm doing, but I would mostly have made vlog-like content that was laid back, slightly cinematic, laid back content that is relatable to your generation and your peers, but also that could help other people figure out adulting and entering into the real world. So I think that that would be the smart approach to it. So with the remaining time that you have going into your final year, and I guess you might be graduating soon, or maybe you're saying that this coming semester is your final year. I'm not sure. I'm going to look at your channel, but I'm just want to give everybody who is college aged and is in college some advice. Even if you're not in college, if you're in college, I would make content about the college experience. But if you are college aged, whether you're in college or not, make content around the fact that you're a Gen Z adult and what your life experiences are like. And it doesn't have to be help content, but it can be helpful and it can be lifestyle content. Take inspiration from Casey Neistat a little bit, but also other vloggers and people your own age. It doesn't have to be over the top in terms of the cinematography. In fact, I gave my brother for his birthday, and he's like the youngest millennial. So he can kind of relate to you, those of you who are Gen Z. But I gave my brother my DJI Osmo 7 Pro, so I just ordered myself another one for his birthday. And what I'll say is this little gadget will turn any phone into a YouTube studio once you combine it with a DJI microphone. So the DJI microphones are really tiny, y'all. These are great. If you buy it standalone, I think it's $69. But if you buy two of them with the receiver and the charging case, it's $169. And yeah, Catchin, we're going to get to your review. I just want to help everybody along here. And if we can link to my kit.co where I have all the gear stuff in the mods in the chat, that'll help people who are trying to find gear to improve their content quality. So this mic will give you perfect audio on mobile, and the receiver is really tiny. This is how tiny the receiver is. Super, super tiny. So there you go. So you get to see that. And so you get this tiny receiver here. You get this tiny microphone, very tiny. And two of these come in a kit for $169. And you get this gimbal here to go with your phone. So again, super tiny, super convenient. It comes with, again, this is just, I'm going to get to the channel review. I'm just trying to help everybody real quick with something that will help with this type of content on a budget for you. So what happens is the gimbal also comes with this magnetic clip-on piece. And so there's two interesting components to this magnetic clip-on. So this piece here that I just attached becomes a light and your audio receiver. It clamps magnetically onto the gimbal here, where you attach this piece. Just snaps in magnetically. You put your camera in here, and you just line it up to where you're not hitting any of the buttons. It automatically powers on for you. It rotates itself. You get this action going on. And then you get a light. So this is what it looks like here. So you get a light, you get a camera, and the mic syncs up to it, and you've turned any phone into a perfect YouTube studio setup to make Casey Neistat content in 2025, 2026, 2027. And it's everything you need. You've got stable motion, you've got a light, it even has a mini tripod built in. So for anyone who wants to do new vlogging and do it in quality, this would be all you need. And this gimbal and setup is about $149, $169. The microphone setup, if you want two of them, and then you can do man on the street, woman on the street style content and interview people. You can either get a mic holder for this, or again, you could do what the TikTokers do. You have this clipped on and then hold this up to your guest and let them talk, and that'll be that. If you want to use a regular camera for anything, this is your receiver accessory. It's USB Type-C. It also has room for a coaxial cable there. So you can do all of that, and you will have good quality video and audio. You even have lighting, and it can even control the temperature and brightness of the lighting with this wheel here. So that would be all you need to do high quality vlogging content, especially as a college student on a reasonable budget. And you can do essentially perfect content with this. So again, I just wanted to show all of you that I know it took up some time, but I wanted you guys to know that this is accessible to you and that you can afford to do high quality content, and that you can make it slightly cinematic. So that's all I wanted to do with that. So we're going to jump into the channel review here. We've had enough gear talk, but I just wanted you guys to see what's possible, what's not too technical, and what's affordable for you guys in almost any situation. So let's go ahead and open up our first channel here. And we'll dive right in. So we have Catchin here. Right off the bat, I want to say I really like the photo you used for your profile pic. I think it's a good lifestyle photo. I would move it up just a little bit or zoom in just a little bit so we see more of you. But I do also like that we see some of the background and we see the aesthetic there. So nice job on that overall. Very good. What I would say when it comes to this banner here is, I know you're an art student, but I would just do something that's much more lifestyle oriented, besides which this doesn't go end to end in all platforms and media. And for vlog like content, more and more people are watching content on their smart television. So also, most of you want to start seeing how your channel looks on smart TVs and not just on YouTube and on mobile devices. So I would pay attention to that. You say you're documenting your journey through your final semester at art college. I would say instead you could get rid of this piece and you could say, follow my journey through my time at art college or my final semester at art college. And I would focus on doing vlog-like content if that's what you're looking to do. And I think long term, beyond your last semester in college, you might as well do vlog-like content. However, I don't think that these things, you don't say vlog number 3, vlog number 4. Title them as individual videos where we understand the value of the video. Don't do things like I'm back. Don't title these like big YouTubers do. See, the problem with small YouTubers who do vlogging a lot of the time is they will title things like big YouTubers do, because they're like, well, if big YouTubers are doing this, that's what I should do. No, 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 no. What you should do if you're going to do vlog-like content is, if anything, look at the titling for the vlogs of Catherine Manning. Even though she did different content, she pivoted the vlogging. She used to be an info channel, and she pivoted the vlogging. And so, but she does have a nice community for her vlogs. But you should explain what you are talking about in the videos instead of just titling them like you think a big YouTuber like Casey or Emma would do. So doing something where there's a value proposition where you say you're moving, or you're doing something in like you know, opening up, you're talking about a specific subject. I would do things more like that. In terms of these vlog titles, even to a degree, you know who's actually really good to study for, that's actually um like very successful with his vlog style content, is Matt Diavella, but he does cinematic vlogs. But these are something that even if you're a small YouTuber, someone would watch if you title things in this way. Um, like he says, I quit the news and it saved my life and my mental health, or this book made me a happier person, or saying goodbye to my daughter, which was a really sad video if you guys want to watch that. So I would just make the titles emotionally compelling. These titles are not necessarily emotionally compelling. So if I'm going to do a vlog, like you know, I would have a stressful college day and everything like that. I might have titled that um stressing out about um stressing out or freaking out about college, another day in the life of Gen Z, is probably would have what been my title. Why would I title it that? Stressing out and freaking out in college, another day in the life of Gen Z. The reason I would have titled it that way is by saying another day in the life of Gen Z is, or, you know, life is it, or even, okay, freaking out about college, um, another day in the life of a Gen Z student. I would have done that because there's now an identity that the audience can relate to, because they can go, oh, I can relate to that. There is an emotionally compelling focus for the audience to relate to with that. What I will say I like is I do like these two thumbnails. I actually think these two thumbnails are very nice. Um, I wouldn't have said daily vlog in here if you can't commit to daily. I would have said something like in here instead of daily vlog, just another vlog. But I love everything else about this thumbnail, if I'm being honest. And for being a smaller channel with less than 9 videos, this is actually doing well. So both of these videos here are doing very well. Um, like, so I would, those are good. The I'm back kind of, um, I might have titled that differently, but again, it's fine that you titled that way. If this is you coming back to YouTube or whatever, this is just, fine. So I'm okay with that. This thumbnail is also really good. It's just it says what it is. It's very quick. Um, let's see. Pulling an all-nighter for college. Don't be like me. Vlog number 2. Um, I would have said pulling an all-nighter for college. Don't be like me. And then I might have parentheses um Gen Z study time. So I would have done study time, and I would actually, for the study videos, I would call them study time, because then it's a play on story time videos, and now you can make that kind of your own thing. So that's how I would have approached that in terms of a title. The Gen Z reacts to the ultimate college essentials guide. It would have I would have titled that differently. I would have said roasting. I would have said roasting um the roasting the ultimate college essential guide. Gen Z reacts. And what I would have done is I would have done this thumbnail completely differently. And I would have got inspiration for this thumbnail from CoffeeZilla, who exposes scams. And then that's how I would have done the thumbnail. From an editing standpoint, I like the way you somewhat framed the reaction video, but I would have just shrunken the video to where it still is full size, but more in the corner there. And then I would just put something under it for doing that so that we still see the full size of the video. Yep. So that's something that we can do. Let's see. So, let me see here. What else can we say? I think those are the main things I would say about this particular channel because you only have the 8 videos plus a live stream right now, and I think that there's a lot here that's being done well and being done right, if I'm being honest. So with that in mind, I don't want you to feel like there's something you're doing horribly wrong here. I just think that there's ways to improve the overall impact of these videos and get them 2 to 3 times more views by making sure that they always identify with Gen Z students, and then that mostly the thumbnails are not too bad, but I want you to figure out for the most part, maybe you stick with this font when it comes to the text for the thumbnails. Maybe you stick to this particular font, and then that does it. Let's see here. So I just want to turn off audio alerts. Um, yeah, but again, I think that this is pretty good. I do think the trying to shake off the grog by going for a C dip should have still had you as a person in here because we relate to people and other human beings, and the other human beings are a surrogate for the audience. You're a stand-in for your viewer in a way, and they're trying to relate to you. And again, I think even with this one late night study with me, I would say another late night come study with me, Gen Z study time. And so again, for your study with me videos, I would just call them Gen Z study time, or and that's a play on story time. So, and that would come at the end. Remember, identifying with the audience and an emotionally compelling title comes at the front of your title, and then anything branding wise comes at the end of your title. So that's how we would approach that. So, all those things aside, like I said, and then you can do some. I like your photography aesthetic. So I would want the photography aesthetic and just the human element to be represented in the banner here. And like I said, because I spent so much time getting into the tech stuff early and to give more people time to catch up, I wanted to give Catchin here a little bit of extra time on her channel review. We also don't have 10 channel reviews lined up yet, so we only have 3 lined up. So I thought I can give her some extra time. But overall, I think this is a healthy start to a vlog-like channel in college. I think that there's a lot of potential for what you could do. And then I think beyond your college life, if you're setting up these lifestyle pillars for yourself and you look to Matt Diavella, Ali Abdal, and some other people, maybe even to some degree Haley Pham, if you look at what some of them are doing, and you also find some lifestyle creators, then I think that you will have a really good basis for what makes effective vlogs. From a cinematics standpoint, I think it's accessible with your phone to make Casey like content, Casey Neistat like content, the guy who redefined what vlogging is for everybody and set the tone. I think in 2025 and beyond, that just with a good wireless microphone, a good camera gimbal for your phone that's $169, and without a dog like Phoebe yapping in the background, I think your content can be very good. I think the quality as it is actually very good. And so for anybody watching, I think that vlogs, if done as lifestyle content with a unique angle, are still viable in the future. But what do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you think that the review I did for Catchin makes sense? Let me know in the comment section. And if you're watching the live stream, let me know in the live chat. Phoebe is certainly letting me know what she thinks about Catchin's channel. All right, so there we go. We did our first channel review. Catchin, hopefully you found that helpful. And hopefully any of you who want to do vlog-like content, you get some valuable lessons out of it, and you have a better understanding of what would make that kind of thing good. Like I said, sometimes I want to cover a little bit of the tech for you guys, because a little bit of tech goes a long way in improving quality. This gimbal is more expensive if it's for a real camera, and this one has built-in motion tracking, but it doesn't have a light built in, but it has the motion tracking built in. This is about $500 with everything. This is a phone version of that that does have the motion tracking, a light, and an audio receiver, and this is just $169, but this turns your entire YouTube setup into a studio setup for your phone, and the perfect audio for YouTube only has to cost you $169 in terms of audio on the go. So I wanted you guys to just make sure you understand that you can make higher quality content, and a little gear goes a long way. And that's all you would need, really. And it's very light, very mobile, very friendly. So just want you guys to understand that extra mobile camera gear to expand your capabilities if you're doing vlog-like content. A DJI Neo drone is $200. So between the microphone being $169, the gimbal being $149, $169, that's about $320, and a $200 drone for about $500, less than $600, you would have everything for a Casey Neistat like setup, because all he ever did was film with one camera on a bendy tripod and a drone. And that was it. He didn't even usually if he had a second camera or an angle he would use a GoPro, but now you can use a DJI Osmo, and it will also sync with your wireless microphone. So you would just have that. And again, there's also the DJI Osmo Pocket, so you have options action cam. So again, this could be relatively expensive to have a multi-camera setup for vlogging on the go. This is a kit if you want to really look at somebody doing adventure style content, doing this stuff outdoors. Look at my friend Cassie Aaron. Cassie Aaron does some really great production, high quality stuff while she does her toy car and toy motorcycle adventures, driving all across the country and all across Florida in a toy car or a toy motorcycle for her challenge videos. And she uses very simple gear. She's using her phone. She's using a pocket action cam like this, I think, and she's using the DJI gimbal. And she's got the DJI Neo drone when she wants some aerial shots. So, I mean, this could be very inexpensive to do high quality content. Yep. So we have another super chat review. We have ADHD Life Now, 1999 super chat. Hey, Roberto, channel is ADHD Life Now. Looking forward to the review. Thanks in advance. All right, let's do it. Let's take a look at your channel. All right, so we have ADHD Life Now, ADHD Organize, and Life Clutter. All right, so looking at your channel, and I'm very familiar with your overall content, Kevin. What I would say is, first thing I would do is I would fix the channel banner, and I'd also let people know about the schedule. Um, so this thumbnail just isn't doing it. You could do a simpler thumbnail where the title ADHD Life Now is all on one line. Just add a drop shadow to it, and then um I would add the ADHD organized and declutter life. I would make this into a sentence of some time. I would make this into a sentence of some kind, put it under the title, and then I would say new videos every week. And that would help people understand this. You do not need this green overlay. Just use a drop shadow and everything will be fine. Also, I would stick to one font. So I would do that. There are things I think can definitely be improved with this profile pic. I don't think you need a logo. Your face is on camera in your thumbnails and in your videos. So I would just go ahead and use your face in your profile pic here, and that will solve quite a bit. You have some really good popular videos in the past. I would maybe consider you know, if you can improve and update even the old video thumbnails, that can be helpful. You've at least laid out good playlist for people to prioritize what they want to do. Declutter with ADHD, simple hacks for ADHD organization. So organizing these here into playlist for the community, very smart overall. And again, you've got some videos that have some pretty decent views on them. If we look at your most popular videos ever, you have this 11 simple hacks to make your room ADHD friendly. I would literally, since you did 11 hacks, I would do different number variations of this exact same video over and over every 2 months. Every 2 months, I would do something like 7 simple hacks to make your room ADHD friendly, 15 simple hacks, 12 simple facts hacks, 9 simple hacks to make your room ADHD friendly. The reason we would keep doing this is that it will reach different people than the first video reached for the most part, but YouTube will know how to find those people. This strategy has worked for me when it came to my videos on the most profitable niches in YouTube. I literally recycle that title, change the number in front of it, find a new list, film it in a slightly different style, but the title format, and to a degree, even the thumbnail format, I repeat it over and over, and it almost always works. I think I have 3 videos like that with over 100,000 views. Repeating what works is the best thing you could ever do. To some degree, you've actually succeeded with this in the past. You have another video. I think this one came first, 14 simple hacks to make your home ADHD friendly. So that was a variation. You said home instead of room. I would do more of the room, and that will work. You did 15 ADHD decluttering and organization tips. I would do another one with a different number yet again. Same thing with the closet organizing hacks. People love this stuff. So I would turn the ones that were the most successful into a series. And then in terms of the thumbnails, I just want to see the thumbnails, um, which I think you're doing now. I just want to see them take on a more consistent vibe, and that's working currently in terms of the overall vibe. I think that your thumbnail style is superior now. I think your biggest problem now is topic and title selection. Now, the problem is trying to fix a title after the fact when you've already made the video doesn't work, because a lot of people, they make their title and their thumbnail after they shot the video. So then they're forcing the video to fit a certain narrative. You're better off picking and workshopping an effective title, thumbnail, and topic. Like, so the idea comes first, then the best title for the idea, and then the best thumbnail for that idea. Because if you shoot the video first and then you're trying to package it, you're already fighting an uphill battle because you don't even know before you filmed if something was a good idea. I would try to qualify something as a good idea first, and the place to start for your good ideas is to go back to your greatest hits and just make your greatest hits and then package them better. What I think has worked in the past, though, is I think people like these very aesthetic things where they see things being very clean or organized and in abundance. I think you can combine that with putting yourself in the thumbnail and consistent text, and then I think things will perform well for you. So those would be some of my thoughts around this. I also think that for YouTube Shorts, I would keep doing YouTube Shorts since you did get views on them, and the views on these are pretty decent. But I would also consider doing cinematic YouTube Shorts where everything is narrated and everything is just B-roll or cinematic footage. So these are some of my thoughts for you. Like I said, I would ditch the logo, put your face in the thumbnail, because people are seeing. Sorry, people put your face in the profile pic because people are seeing you in the thumbnail. I would um, definitely fix this banner. At some point, I'm just gonna have to give away like 5 banner templates. We have banner templates in the YouTube starter kit, but to get everybody on the same page, just because I like feel like people are just throwing away the effort or not trying as hard with their banner as they do as a thumbnail. And the thing that I will tell you is you guys may not think your channel banner matters, but when people see good branding and they see good channel artwork and they see a good profile pic, they kind of just know that you're putting effort into it. You want to bring big creator energy. So even if you're a small creator, you want to bring big creator energy, and you want people to look at your channel and always say, this person deserves more views. This person deserves more subscribers. I can't tell the difference between them and a bigger YouTuber. You always want people to say that about your content. And so you just want to be doing those things. And for that, you want a really nice channel banner, a good profile pic, and then you want to just try the best you can at your thumbnails. Overall, I also don't think the channel is doing badly because videos like these take a good while to take off. They will get most of their views long term. I would argue your most popular videos were not popular overnight. I would say that they probably took a year plus to get their views. And when you're doing this type of content, that's fairly normal. So, Kevin, keep on going, and we will watch what you're doing with great interest. I think that you've proven you can get views on these things and that people have a desire for them. I think you just have to focus on your best performers and turn them into series and set expectations for people. But I also think if you ever got a shout out from a big creator, you do want to make sure that your channel art looks good so that people don't see a disconnect between you and a bigger creator and quality there. In your case, your editing and your video quality is not anything we wouldn't see from a larger creator for the most part. Like when we hover over your videos, the quality of your content is just as good as creators with 10,000, 20,000 subscribers. But if your, channel artwork and profile pic doesn't feel like it brings that same big creator energy, it's off-putting, like, because we wouldn't expect that from that kind of channel. So I would just tune these things up a bit. Like I said, we have graphics for people. We have over 100 Photoshop files in the YouTube starter kit, and you can edit them even if you don't pay for Photoshop. If you use Photopea or use Adobe Express, you can edit Photoshop files for free. But if you get the YouTube starter kit, we do have over 100 graphics. We have over 100 thumbnail templates. We have, I think, over 2 dozen or 3 dozen channel artwork banners for you that you can modify. So, there's no reason not to have good channel artwork and not have good thumbnails, even if you're not a graphic designer. So we have those things for you. I believe we have a discount code for those. I think it's code 20 off, gets you 20% off of that. And if the mods can put a link to that in the chat, people can check that out if they want. But again, I think I'm at least going to give away 1 or 3 digital downloads of a basic as hell channel banner for people where at least the text is set up to be able to say what your channel is, and we'll do 3 variations of it, and you can just change the background to something, and we'll include some uh, um background art that are patterns or something, because the truth is when this stuff doesn't look as good, it's just off-putting to viewers, and books are judged by their cover, so that's all. But other than that, I think the content itself is really solid, Kevin. So definitely want to give you some kudos there. I think the subject matter is good. I just think it's a packaging issue. But what did you guys think of ADHD Life Now? Do you agree with me that most of the issues can be resolved with better packaging on that channel as a whole, better branding? I like the subject matter. I think some of the titles are a little bit of a struggle. And I think with this subject matter that it's more sensitive to some people, and it's a little harder to rig the subject matter with a title and thumbnail after you shoot it. I think you have to get the topic, title, and thumbnail right before you make a video. Because I think when you guys make a video and then you're trying to make a thumbnail and title for it afterward, I think it's a mistake. I think you have to start with the title and thumbnail and then make the video. A lot of big YouTubers will tell you that, but the reason is the video being good doesn't matter if nobody clicks on it, and they click on it because the topic, the title, the thumbnail, and if it's relevant timing for them in terms of a preference and a priority. But what do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let me know in the chat if you're live. Let me know in the comment section if you're watching the replay. So there you go, Kevin. Hopefully that helps you, and hopefully that helps most of you in the chat just understand some of the barriers to getting views on your channel is down to the topic, title, thumbnail, timing. It also doesn't matter how many subscribers you guys have. By the way, it doesn't affect your views. Views affect subscribers. Subscribers don't affect views. The reason is 80% of all channel views, even if you're an entertainment channel, even if you're a big YouTuber, 50 to 80% of all of your views on all your videos will come from people who are new viewers who have never seen you before and non-subscribers to your YouTube channel. And it's been that way for a very long time. When people say subscribers don't matter, they're not talking about at all. They're talking about the algorithm, meaning that subscribers will not give you an advantage in the algorithm. I know that people do not believe this because they're like, big YouTubers just get more views. I'm like, that's not the algorithm. That's them being famous. Like that works. Even if you had small subscribers, but you had a viral video out there and people were talking about you, you would be getting more views just because people are talking about you. If you don't believe me, think about every time an ex-employee makes a YouTube channel from scratch from a big YouTuber and there's a scandal out. People get views on that. They don't get views because they have subscribers. They get views on a brand new channel unearthing a scandal because people are talking about it and it's salacious. So it's word of mouth. Big YouTubers get views because of word of mouth and because they're famous and there's familiarity bias and people have heard of them. It's not the subscriber count that does it. It's not the algorithm that does it. It is literally the gossip chain that does it. It's the gossip chain that does it. It's no different than the effect of the tabloid effect of the magazine business back in the day. So that's just how it is. So it's not the algorithm. And I'm just saying that for you guys to know that views are almost exclusively topic, title, thumbnail, and timing. Big YouTubers don't play by the same rules. It's not about the algorithm for them. It's about gossip. It's word of mouth. It's familiarity bias. It's status and it's social proof that does it for them. Subscribers help you get brand deals. You will just get more brand deals if you get more subscribers. Subscribers help you get collabs. You will just get more collabs and less people say no to you if you have more subscribers because it's status and social proof. It's a popularity contest thing. So you do need to still ask for subscribers. You still need to grow your subscriber count. It also gatekeeps features in YouTube. It also gatekeeps features in other platforms in terms of the ability to, for example, there are places like Supercell Mobile Gaming where they have programs, but to qualify for the program and to get all the benefits and get all the early access to things, you need 100,000 subscribers. So there are things beyond YouTube that 100,000 subscribers do for you in terms of open up doors. You can get press passes and media passes and be considered press and a journalist if you have enough subscribers in YouTube. They don't look for your views. They look at your subscriber count exclusively. So if you have that in your favor, you have opportunities to make better content because more doors are open to you. So you should always care about growing subscribers, at least from that standpoint. But do not make the mistake of thinking you will get an advantage in the YouTube algorithm because you have subscribers. Do not think you will get more views because you have subscribers. Understand that that's the difference. You won't even get more ad revenue because you have subscribers. I want you to understand what it does and doesn't do. So next up, we have Dobsonian Power. I think I'm getting that right. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Hey, Roberto, feel free to throw your good ideas. Pivoted a few months ago from telescopes topic with low total addressable market, TAM, moved loads of videos to a new channel, now working better here, building a new audience since then. All right. That's a very good set of background info. You have a larger channel. I think this will also kind of help make the case for things I'm saying. So let's see what your channel is all about and what your pivot has looked like, and we can get into it. So let's see what's happening. So we have Dobsonian Power, Universe Revealed, Be Prepared. This looks like a science channel. So universe mysteries, Earth catastrophe, space news, and live sky. And then you mention everything else here. You're Tiago. So this is a good about section. This is a good channel banner. I'd still like to know the video schedule in your channel banner. Guys, if nothing else, put your video schedule, if you have one or you can commit to one, in the channel banner. That's always a good thing. So, let's see here. You do fulfill the value proposition, and for you, again, it's topic, title, thumbnail, timing, all again. Some people are interested in some things, some people are interested in others. So 2 weeks ago, covering this tsunami and saying it's going to hit again. There was a trending topic with the Giza pyramids. I think with the pyramids, you needed a graphic that showed more the underground side with the pyramid, with what's above and then what's below, would have just conveyed that differently. I think so. I think that a lot of this is just making the thumbnails easier for people to understand. 2 months ago, you had this one work very well for you. So this is really a challenging situation because you're covering these different potential disasters and geological events that people care about. But the thing that I would say is, one, there is no branding to start creating familiarity bias with your channel. And you guys can do branding without logos, and you can do branding without your face. You do branding through color schemes and by font choices. A good example, Ryan's Hall, y'all, who I believe is in like an OG that we actually helped review way back in the day. So Ryan's Hall, y'all, if you look at his YouTube channel, there is branding, and you can always understand exactly that this is a Ryan's Hall, y'all video, because of the way that the text, the font choice, the font positioning, the font sizing, the elements, the graphics, and the colors, and yet he can do it without it being so repetitive that you think you already watched that video. So I would say that for your channel, Dobsian Power, I think you need to learn from Ryan's Hall, y'all, with regard to branding, and then create more cohesion between your individual videos. You can make videos about a variety of subject matter, but the positioning, color, and sizing of your font choices would make it branded content to where people would understand what is happening and understand that it's the same channel, and then that would benefit you dramatically when it comes to this sort of thing. Also, out of all of the content that you've done, then these are your most popular types of content, but I would say that you could in general get more views more consistently by cultivating more repeat viewers. You can cultivate more repeat viewers and increase your viewer threshold by just branding your thumbnails to be more consistently so that people know it's you and make it a priority. And so you're conditioning familiarity bias, just like famous YouTubers do. And I think that that would be incredibly helpful to you by a large margin. I believe that. And so I think that the overall quality and production is good. It's sound. It is very much at the level of a larger channel, even beyond 100,000. The views can be improved by consistency and high quality packaging, but packaging that works and that can be effective consistently. I think in the banner, committing to a schedule or making some kind of promise there can be helpful. In terms of your YouTube shorts, I just think that interesting or weird facts and taking a hint from Cleo Abram. In fact, Ryan's Hall Y'all is a good example here of just branding and making strong branding, but also Cleo Abram has one of the best science shows and programs on YouTube. And again, she covers some similar topics to you, not exactly, but close enough. One, look at her great branding for her channel because she makes a show huge if true. And look at how simple but clean and elegant that is. But then from a thumbnail standpoint, again, look at how clean these are at a glance and look at the consistency in branding with regard to font and color. Every thumbnail is unique, but she uses the same font in every thumbnail. I need you all to commit to a font. I need you all to marry a font, and it needs to be a good font. In fact, in the chat, mods, can we get our helpful list of fonts up in the chat? Because we have 5 of them that we rely on in terms of helpful fonts for thumbnails. So the fonts we recommend in general for thumbnails is bold versions of Babus New, Poppins, Oswald, Compacta, Open Sans, and Futura. And these are mostly, I think, all but one of them. I think Futura is the only one that's not a Google font that you can get for free. I think it might be, but maybe not. But the rest of them, they're all free Google fonts, and you can download them and use them. And these will be easy to read, clean, safe, beautiful looking fonts, and will make your YouTube thumbnails look 100% better. I promise you. So there's not a reason for you guys to have struggle bus sessions with your thumbnails because most of you, it's bad fonts. I can't help you as much with the bad photography aside from my tutorials. I can't help you with bad Photoshop beyond just helping y'all pick good fonts. Pick good fonts, make good choices. Pick good fonts and make good choices. So like I said, I think that there's a lot you could learn from Ryan's Hall Y'all and Cleo Abram about the value of consistency in the looks of your thumbnails, regardless of the subject matter of your thumbnails. And so I think that you could learn a lot from her style of thumbnails. Also, the photography aspect of those thumbnails is strong. So I think if you look at that and then you look at what you're doing, and then also if you look at Ryan's Hall Y'all in terms of consistency of branding, incredibly powerful. Branding here keeps it simple, but it's not so repetitive that you skip over it thinking you already watched it. So I think if you could incorporate lessons from those 2 creators, this content can be more compelling, more clickable, and it can be stronger. So hopefully that helps. Because again, I think if you just improve these thumbnails overall and there's consistency in the branding, and like I said, if you look at Ryan's Haul, y'all, consistency in branding makes a big difference in repeat viewers and people not skipping videos. So I think if you do that here, you're going to see a lot better results. So hopefully you found that helpful. But if you're there in the chat or you're watching the replay, what do you think? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? I think that if you can just pick good fonts and make good choices, that your views and clicks on your thumbnails drastically improve. I think that photography or really good stock art choices, either way, are the foundation of modern YouTube videos in terms of thumbnails. But I also think simple, scannable, easy to read text that doesn't use more than 2 lines or 3 lines of text with no more than 1 or 2 words per line is the rule of thumb here, and gives you clean and elegant thumbnails that look like they bring big creator energy, don't confuse the audience, don't make people overthink. If you can be clear instead of clever, always choose being clear. Better to be clear than to be clever. And I think if you take that to heart, you will get more views. The packaging is the key: topic, title, thumbnail, timing. But what do you think? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Let me know in the chat if you're watching live. Let me know in the comments if you're watching the replay. So yeah, hopefully you guys found that one helpful. Ginger ale, helping out my throat here. So yeah, I think that the review that I gave you guys is pretty solid there. Chat is telling me there's one question in the sheet so far that's not a super chat. So this one says, "Hey Roberto, I'm an introverted content creator. I feel like my channel will never grow if I don't show my face, but I don't want to." You know what's funny is my channel initially grew very successfully when I showed my face less on camera until I was ready to with regard to confidence. You know, faceless channels grow all the time. Magnates Media is my favorite YouTube channel. Magnates Media might be my favorite YouTuber, if I'm being honest. He never shows his face in his videos. Magnates Media never shows his face in his videos. His channel is very successful. For the most part, we see James Johnny now, but for the most part, he's not present in his videos and he's not on camera. We now see him. He's done a face reveal and everything, but like James Johnny is just everybody's favorite documentary style filmmaker. He's not in his videos. He does very well. He could have never shown his face and his videos would do well. For the longest time, Dodford didn't show his face and his videos did just fine. I mean, we see an abundance of faceless content creators grow on YouTube every day. If it's bothering you that much, you don't have to be on camera. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, some of my best tutorial videos of all time have 500,000 views, 250,000 views, and I didn't show my face in them. My face wasn't in the thumbnail. My face was nowhere near my content, and I have videos with hundreds of thousands of views where I never showed my face in the thumbnail or on the camera. So I know people want to believe that everything with YouTube is personality driven. It's not personality driven. It's content driven more than anything. In fact, I think that you have once in a while, every couple of years, there will be a couple of new faces and personalities on YouTube every couple of years because really young people, teenagers and college kids, they like that crap. It just is what it is. Most people do not care. Most people do not care. Most of you in the chat right now have never watched a PewDiePie video. You've never watched a KSI video. You've never watched a Logan Paul video. Everything most of you in the chat know about Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, KSI, Jake Paul, you know those things against your will. Y'all don't really care about those people. There's most of you, you do not care one iota about any of the personality channels of YouTube. You don't watch them, you don't know them, and everything you've ever learned about them in your life was against your bloody will. You'd like to know less about them. And I'm not throwing shade at them at all. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm saying that most of you don't care about them. Most people just watch content. They don't think about the creator after they're done or before they click. And a lot of people don't like to hear that because our ego gets hurt or our pride gets hurt, and we want people to watch for us and we want to believe that. People watch live streams for the creator. People bloody well do not watch shorts for the content creator. Most of you couldn't name 5 YouTube shorts creators if you tried. And even if you can't name the title of 3 of their videos or explain what their last videos were specifically about. You do not watch short form creators for the creator. You barely watch short form for the content. You're just there to watch something and scroll. You can't even describe the last 3 shorts you watched. I promise you. Now, when it comes to regular videos with titles and thumbnails that are long form and widescreen on YouTube, you're still watching that for the content more than you're watching it for the creator. The only people really watching those videos for the creator are college kids and teenagers and little children. They're the ones who gravitate to that, and they're why those YouTubers make themselves into a cartoon character brought to life, because that's what makes them relatable to little children, teenagers, and people under 25 who don't have a developed prefrontal cortex. None of you over 30 are really watching regular YouTube videos or shorts for the content creator. You do watch live streams for the content creator. That's it. For the most part. Are there exceptions to the rule? When I say this, I'm talking 80-20. I'm saying 80% of all people, this is how it is. Of course, there'll be exceptions. So take it with a grain of salt, understand it, and there's nothing wrong with it. But when you think about it from that perspective, it means there's nothing to be afraid of if you're an introverted content creator and thinking that you're limited because you think people have to be attached to have a personal relationship with the creator. I am telling you that it depends on your niche and your subject matter, because most people are there for the content. They're not there for you. And if you can accept that, it can be a blessing if you're an introvert to not have to feel that you have to be extroverted, performative, that you don't have to look a certain way. It can be a blessing and can relieve your anxiety if you embrace that idea. For some of you, you might feel sad with me saying this because you want people to care about you. You will have people who care about you. It'll probably top out at 1,000 true fans. That's all you need. And those people will also support you not just with their eyeballs, but with their wallets. And if you have 1,000 true fans, you can have a full-time career as a content creator. You don't need everybody to care about you, but you do need a community and you need a solid group of people to care about you. And the baseline for that and being able to go full-time, depending on how much value you can create, is 100 people to 1,000 people. Now, if you happen to make it, that number could be tens of thousands of people. And that's what happens to the famous YouTube personalities. But you don't have to have tens of thousands of people care about you personally for you to have a very good life. It could be 5 brands that believe in you and back your play and are willing to pay you $1,500 to $2,500 a month. That gives you pretty much a 6-figure lifestyle if 5 brands are willing to partner with you. 5 relationships that matter. Maybe 10 decision makers that can write a check for you. 100 high rollers in your community that can invest $500 to $1,000 a year because you create value for them. That's only those 100 relationships that you need. Full-time status. 1,000 true fans that feel that you're worth it. $100 a year, $10 a month. That's a fixed 6-figure lifestyle. That's enough to go full-time. So even an audience of your top 1,000 true fans, your 100 high rollers, or 5 brands that believe in your mission and believe that you share interest, that's enough. No one has to be famous. No one has to go viral. Nobody has to be an extrovert to succeed as a content creator. Does life in general probably come easier to extroverts? Absolutely. Doesn't hurt to be extroverted or 6 feet tall or have pretty privilege. It is what it is. So hopefully you found that helpful. Hopefully that was something somebody wanted and needed to hear out there to kind of give them a little bit more confidence to move forward. But, just understand that there's an opportunity here and introverts can succeed on YouTube. So, our next channel that we have in the lineup is This Blonde Life. So, let's take a peek at your channel and see what we're working with. It's actually a cool name. Just re-up on some water here. All right. So This Blonde Life, follow along on my adventures. Okay. Good banner, good font choices going on here. Communicates what you want in here. Very cool. For the profile pic, I wouldn't cover your face. You already are clearly going to have your face in your thumbnails and in your videos. So I wouldn't cover your face with this leaf. It's an overall otherwise attractive profile pic. You have 1,000 subscribers here, 300 videos. Some of them are shorts. For the homepage, uh, you have playlist based on where you've been going. You've got some popular videos in there from your past. You're giving me some vibes of Shelby Church. I would look at Shelby Church as inspiration for you from a bigger channel that you can learn from, especially in thumbnail design. The snorkeling in Bora Bora. Um, this thumbnail isn't terrible in capturing what it is. The font choices, I would have just put the fonts bigger and all across the entire top of the thumbnail, to be honest, for this one. But also, that one, the thumbnail itself isn't bad. In terms of why it's not necessarily getting traction or views, is hard to pin. It's hard to say. In terms of what's performed in the past on your channel, it looks like what people come to you for is resort tours. It looks like they come for resort tours and you're wanting to make um more action-oriented stuff lately. And it looks like there are other things you're wanting to make that get away from that. And it looks like you do some cool stuff. It also looks like there was a point where you were inconsistent in uploads. So maybe this is just you kind of digging out of the hole from being inconsistent in posting before, to be honest. But also this thumbnail, I feel like there are things that could be better here, but it is what it is because you were taking a picture of being underwater. But I feel like for snorkeling, there just would have been a better potential thumbnail, even though it's a literal thumbnail. Um, Again, I do feel like most people do watch your content for something else, which literally seems like it's based on the destination also. And I think some destinations will be more popular than others. I like the idea of this Antarctic video, and for your channel size, the views were actually pretty good for this. But it's interesting about these outlier videos you had that got so many more views. And I feel that your thumbnail quality is fairly consistent most of the time. There are times when it's not, but I feel like some of that, and the look at this, there's no real jump in quality or even thumbnails here. I feel like it is the locations will sometimes dictate the outcome. But also, I think that the thumbnails that have had more of the resort vibes have done better than the rooms, just historically on the channel when we look at it. The overall video quality, here's the funny thing. The video quality of these is actually really good. If we when we hover on these things, they're cinematic. These are actually very good, vlog-like, cinematic, TV vibes from these. I hope you all are seeing just how much the topic, the title, the thumbnail, and the timing decide the fate of a video, and that the quality of the video is not what's really doing it. It's the quality of the idea. But when we say quality of idea, we're really just saying value for the viewer at a glance in the topic, title, thumbnail, and timing. So we're just saying packaging. When we say quality of ideas, all we're doing is saying packaging. That's all we're saying. It's a euphemism where YouTubers will say quality matters and they say make quality content. What they actually mean is make something viewers will value. It's just an inarticulate way of them phrasing it, or a way that they're just used to saying it. But when they say that, you guys think you're just making bad videos, when it's not about making bad videos. It's about that some ideas relate to people and some ideas don't. Some ideas are more attractive than others. Some video packaging will be more attractive than others. So it's not about quality, it is about packaging. Quality matters because quality will turn viewers into subscribers. But when they say, well, what about the quality of the idea? What they're talking about is, what about the value of the video to the viewer? And people would say I'm playing semantics when I say that, but I'm like, no, the precise language there is very important, because if we keep saying quality, you're going to think you're making bad videos, instead of just saying that it's not even that you had a bad idea. It's that the idea just wasn't accessible to as many people. So again, these a lot of these hotel and destination videos were just going to be more relatable to people, ironically, than the more personable videos here. I'm not suggesting you can't ever make personable videos, but um packaging those to be effective is going to be more challenging, because if we look at what your audience relates to and likes or desires the most, is the content you've done in the past. And you may or may not be interested in making this content anymore, which is fine, by the way. But this is what the majority of people did come for. But also, your current views, I would argue, are not just about the subject matter, but about the lapse in uploads before you came back 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, you went 6 months without uploading videos. A 6 month hiatus from YouTube that came after a 3 month hiatus before that is a big deal. So you practically took a year off from YouTube. That's what's happening with the views, in my opinion, is that you're just kind of digging out of the hole of taking a year off from YouTube. With regard to the shorts, the shorts views for a channel this size aren't terrible, I'm gonna be honest. So you could take it or leave it when it comes to the shorts. I don't have a really strong opinion one way or another about the um shorts for your particular channel. I think you can do them or not do them, and it would be just fine. But those would be my thoughts overall about this blonde life. Now, here's the thing. I think also, if you're saying you just want to make the content you want to make for this channel because it is adventures and vlogs and you capturing things that you're enjoying, or there's just a way you like making videos, then that's fine too, because not everyone is trying to become a full-time content creator. Um, and I think that it's okay if you want to do something your way to make it just a hobby as well. And there is a lot of solid content here with views. It's okay to make things if you just want to share them or just want to capture a time in your life. There's space for that, but you also have to accept that there may be limitations in the audience size you get to have if you do decide to make that the number one priority. But overall, there's a lot that this channel does well. There are things that can be improved. And this is just also a reminder that consistency is that important for YouTube. Even when I take long extended breaks from regular uploads and all I do is live streams, oh, the views absolutely suffer for it. If I want my channel to go back to peak, I'd have to upload 3 to 5 times a week. If I upload 3 to 5 times a week, that's what would get my channel back to getting 5,000, 10,000 new subscribers a month. So even using me as an anecdote, when I take long breaks from YouTube, the channel absolutely suffers for it. The only way to not have your channel suffer is to be a viral content creator. Um, and then you get to take long breaks. So those are my thoughts here on this blonde life. What do you guys think? It's interesting that we're getting a lot more of vlog life and lifestyle content in the reviews. I'm all for it. But what do you think about this one? Do you agree or disagree with me that the long breaks are what impacted the channel the most? That inconsistent packaging as well as adding too much variety to the channel has impacted consistency of views. But do you also agree with me that that's okay if you want to do this as a hobby or to capture a certain span of your life and you just want to document a certain span of your life, or you're doing this as a hobby, that's okay to do those things? Let me know in the comment section if you're watching the replay. Let me know in the chat if you're watching live if you agree with me about that. Yep. So those are my thoughts. So hopefully this blonde life, you saw what I had to say there, and would love your feedback on that. Um, just let me know. But I think there are some good things there. I think there's some good things there, but I can tell you guys from experience, if I had never ever stopped uploading during the pandemic, I'd have 1 million subscribers right now. It was those 3 years of barely uploading. You guys remember, there was a point where I was uploading daily for 3 years. Then I was uploading 3 to 5 times a week for like 2 years. And while I was doing that, I was getting 100,000 subscribers every year that I was doing that. And it worked. It worked all the way to getting me to 500,000 subscribers. When we got to the pandemic and I went down to less than 50 uploads a year, killed the growth. Killed the growth. Taking multiple 3 and 4 month breaks back to back absolutely destroyed the growth of my YouTube channel. And it could be done yet, it could be grown again, it could be made great again just by uploading 3 to 5 videos a week. Would get me out of the doghouse with YouTube. Every time I do that, by the way, every time that I upload 10 regular YouTube videos in a month, 8 to 10 YouTube videos in a month, 12 is optimal. Every time I do that, I get out of the doghouse with YouTube. Every time. Every time. But every time I don't do that, it's bad. Every time. Without question. Without question. So that's a thing. So this one live says, "Hey Roberto, thank you for the review. Yeah, I didn't travel much last year or film long form, so it was mainly shorts posted last year. Definitely trying to focus on long form again, though. Yeah, and that's rough, and I get it. Life happens as well, and then you can't live your life for the content. But if you make videos consistently, and you can stay consistent for 3 months." I find that usually that's what it takes to dig your way out. From personal experience, you can get momentum again if you can stay consistent on a decent upload schedule for like 90 days, 3 months. You can dig yourself out of the YouTube doghouse. The Determined Gardener, where do you sign up for reviews? So the rules are in the description of the YouTube video. It's a minimum $20 super chat donation, and you put your channel name in the chat for the donation, and then you get a review. And we have, I think, 2 slots left, I think, for that. So that's how you would get a channel review. Rules are in the description, so you know what to expect. Yeah, 12 videos a month is some work. Yep, absolutely. But that's what it takes for most content if you're not a viral style content creator, I find. Now, again, it's not a hard rule. It's just my safety margin rule. I've worked with over 600 plus content creators over the years. I've seen hundreds of YouTube dashboards. I've talked to thousands of creators. I'm not exaggerating because I go to events every other month. Every other month, I go to like 5, 6 creator events a year. I do consultations every week. I coach well over 100 creators a year now. So I think we're actually up to me. I keep saying 600, but it's probably closer to 700 creators I've coached now, maybe more. I have to check my spreadsheets. And then we've done literally 5,000 public channel reviews over the years. We've literally done over 5,000 channel reviews over the years from me doing years and years of weekly channel reviews. So we just have seen so much data at this point to where there are broad sweeping statements I make, and I do generalize sometimes. In fact, the reason we brought back weekly channel reviews is so I could show you guys specific content in specific niches and not generalize advice all the time. And then if you make similar content, you can learn from it and apply it to yourself. Instead of me, and let me go into specifics instead of generalities. I go into specifics with my one-on-one coaching clients. I go into specifics with the individual members in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group membership. So we meet twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays in our private group sessions on camera. So we do those things. And so the reason that it matters is because even though a lot of times I speak in broad general advice, it's an 80 to 90% across the board. And the thing is, there are people get really angry if they're an outlier, they exist outside that advice. But for the majority, it is meaningful and it does work. And a lot of people think that they're more qualified for unique information than they actually are when they don't even have the basics or best practices. So again, I know every niche doesn't support you doing multiple uploads a week or weekly uploads. I would argue that most niches do support that. I would argue that most creators' lifestyle or the content they want to make doesn't support that, but it's mostly lifestyle because I think for most of y'all and most of the big creators, I think it's been proven that if you guys had unlimited resources, unlimited money, you absolutely, no matter what type of content you wanted to make, with unlimited resources, unlimited money, and a staff of 5 or 10 people, you could make the highest quality content you want and put it out every week or twice a week or 3 times a week. And the biggest content creators, that's the issue, is the biggest ones that make oh, I want to make this, I want to make that, oh, I want this high quality. A lot of you, the reason you struggle to be consistent is you're doing it and you have a 9 to 5 job. You're a working class content creator. The biggest YouTubers, they don't have to worry about only putting 40 hours a week into a YouTube video. They have their 40 hours a week and they have 5 other people's 40 hours a week. They get to put 200 hours a week into one video or 100 hours into 2 videos, or they get to put 50, 60 hours into 3 videos. And you're struggling because you have to put 10 or 20 hours into one video because you have a 9 to 5 job. That's the biggest discrepancy in this. It's not that there's, oh, my niche can't handle doing 3 videos a week. It's like, no, your lifestyle can't handle you doing 3 videos a week because you're a solo content creator, you're a working class content creator, you have limited time, limited energy, limited budget. So it's not that your niche doesn't allow or the style of content doesn't allow that. Balderdash, the style of content, the quality of content, it can do that, but not with your existing limitations, which is fine, by the way. That's the reality, and that's the truth. I'm a solo content creator still. I have a team for Awesome Creator Academy. I still do the Roberto Blake YouTube channel solo. I've done that for 1,700 videos on this channel like a bloody lunatic. Most of that's because COVID happened, but it is what it is. So I would tell you that if you actually look at it, your niche can support the highest quality content being uploaded 2 times a week, 3 times a week, even daily. It's that your lifestyle, your resources, your energy, and your time can't accommodate doing it at that level. You have to do the best you can with what you have where you are. And there is nothing wrong with that. But do understand that's not a limitation of the niche. It's a limitation of your current circumstances. But that's okay. You could make more consistent content that might be easier to fit within your lifestyle. You might have to delay making the highest quality content you've ever thought of making, but you can make high value content. You can lower the threshold of effort. You can make acceptable quality content. It doesn't have to be crap. It can be of an acceptable quality, of supreme value, but not require this tremendous effort that puts a strain on you for your energy, your time freedom, your resources, your emotional and mental bandwidth. You do not have to overproduce your content and overwork yourself to be effective. Sometimes a video that you're authentic with that takes 1 to 2 hours will outperform something you spent 10 to 20 hours on. I think every one of us has been in that situation at least once if we've been doing this for a while. And so I would encourage you to not be discouraged about the fact that you aren't always in a position to make high effort, high quality content, and that if you tried, it'd be very inconsistent. You might be best served for now getting monetized and earning more resources to buy back your time by making content of an acceptable quality that will improve over time, that you can deliver consistency, that is of high value, and is of an effort you can maintain without burning out or overworking. It would not only be more healthy to do that, you will probably see better results from being good consistently than great once in a while. That's proven true for the majority of content creators that have been successful. You just keep seeing the outlier 0.001% on the YouTube algorithm and on the YouTube homepage because that's what advertisers pay for. So that's all you see. And therefore, you have no realistic expectations because you have been tricked by the consumer brain to have unrealistic creator expectations. Boom. There you go. So hopefully that was something many of you might have needed to hear without even knowing it. So let's get into our next review here, and we'll catch up on the chat again because I think that that was incredibly powerful. But let's go to our good friend and our mod, Pizzle's Tech Time. Thank you for not only being a great mod, Pizzles, but for even continuing to support the channel. And let's go ahead and get you a review here. So what I love here is this shows off your personality and character and new videos weekly. So I like that. I have an extreme passion for all things tech. I decided to start making weekly tech videos. Okay, so you have that in the about section. Very good. 4,000 subscribers, 305 videos. Some of these are YouTube shorts. Very good. You have a channel trailer for 2024. I don't have a problem with you making an official channel trailer, but what I'd rather probably see is lead with a video here that people will immediately see interest and value in. So I would do that. The production value of your videos, even from a long time ago, is a very good quality. So again, your production value, your production quality, and it's only improved. And you're including like different cutscenes, camera angles, skits, overhead, B-roll, sometimes green screen, So you're making very high quality content. The packaging here is also very high effort and clean, but again, I think in some areas it can be more effective. For example, this Dyson, like this thumbnail was almost there. It was almost there. I love that you're incorporating your girlfriend into your content a bit, that you guys enjoy it and you have a passion for it with each other. Here's the funny thing though, in some ways, I think because we don't see enough of the Dyson vacuum there, the video is hard to understand at a glance and it could have performed better. Think about the things you're doing in the preview here. In some ways, those from a physical standpoint would have given much more context to the video. Your girlfriend being in the thumbnail in this case doesn't add more context to the video than if you had just cut out a thumbnail that had this scene possibly with a colored background and the Dyson and then maybe a red circle to just show that, oh, there's a problem with this. So there is that aspect of it. If we look at your most popular videos of all time, they're product-centric videos and reviews, but they also have a commentary or criticism slant in some of them, or there's a here's how to get more out of the thing you bought. And your thumbnails here didn't have to be high quality, they were literal thumbnails, and they got tens of thousands of views and thousands of views more than you have subscribers. I think there's a teachable moment in this for people to some degree, that sometimes the title does all the work, but the thumbnail can be working against the video and still win. That being said, there are things about your thumbnails that are better now from a visual attractiveness standpoint, but they're not necessarily better from a storytelling standpoint or a context-driven standpoint. So I would say that relative to you, you have the capability of making really good thumbnails, but you should learn from one of the greats. And then there's also someone from the community I think you can learn from too. But I think that Austin Evans is one of the greatest tech YouTubers of all time. And I think you should take inspiration from Austin Evans's thumbnails and that they are a masterclass in storytelling at a glance. And I think you're fully capable. By the way, my challenge to you, Pizzles, is I want you, without even filming a video, because we follow each other on X, I want you, without even filming a video, to recreate 4 Austin Evans thumbnails as close as you possibly can and just change the colors to match your brand. But in every other way, I want you to recreate 4 to 8 different Austin Evans thumbnails from scratch to prove to me and yourself that you can recreate the exact same thing as a big YouTuber if you actually tried from a thumbnail standpoint. This is a great exercise for most of you, by the way. For most of you, I have an assignment for you because, yeah, we got homework. You got homework from Professor Roberto. Your homework, ladies and gentlemen, from Professor Roberto is to pick 3 of the biggest YouTubers in your same niche, take 4 or 5 of their thumbnails and recreate the exact thumbnail, but with you from scratch as close as you possibly can. This is something I used to teach graphic designers and video editors. And the goal is not to steal their thumbnail for your YouTube video. The goal is to teach yourself how you would approach every aspect of this thumbnail creation, from storyboarding it to staging it to figuring out how you're going to recreate the photography angle, the props, the placement, the composition, how you're going to make your lighting better. This exercise will show you that it is possible for you to close the gap with the biggest content creators and bring big creator energy to your own packaging and your own videos. So that's the key here. And so, Pizzles, I want you, because I know you are a camera guy, I know that you're smart and savvy. I want you to pick maybe 4 to 8 Austin Evans thumbnails. And I want you to recreate the pose, get a different box in your hand, get a different prop, get a different phone, get a PC or get something, or hold an item and then use AI to change the item so that you can recreate the exact pose, facial expression, and get as close to Austin Evans 4 to 8 of his thumbnails to prove to yourself that you can do this quality of thumbnail and this quality of storytelling, and to change your standard and to know that you're capable of making something just as good as a 5 million subscriber YouTube channel when it comes to your thumbnails. Because I think if you start to realize that that's possible and that you could just change the packaging and the standard, that if you look at the fact that from a topic standpoint, in the past, you were able to get tens of thousands of views, even 100,000 plus views on videos with not great packaging, but effective packaging. What if you had packaging that was proven to be great and effective and that brought big creator energy? What if you did that? So that would be the thing here. From a titling standpoint, I think that your titles in many cases are just fine, but there's some of them that are not specific enough. For example, I would say something like, I would have made this Dyson video. I would have said, exposing Dyson V15 problems nobody talks about. Watch before you buy. So that's what I would probably do. This dust and pet hair solutions for photographers, it's too specific, but not specific enough. For example, if you just made this video, how to clean and remove dust and pet hair, everything you need to know, it would have been a better concept. The fact that you did this and focused only on photographers makes this an inaccessible video to the majority of people. This video you did on how to connect a green NAS via Thunderbolt step-by-step guide is a great video, well edited, everything, and it's got 1,000 views on it. Well done. What if you just made a better thumbnail for it and made a thumbnail that Austin Evans would have made? And so it's possible this could have gotten 10 or 20 times more views. Same thing for this NAS review. Same thing for the NAS disaster, what not to do. This could have gotten more views with better packaging. So basically all of these would benefit from better packaging. And the gold standard for you, my friend, is Mr. Austin Evans, because he fits your vibe, to be honest with you. Out of all the creators in tech YouTube, I think that you have the most in common with Austin Evans. So those would be my thoughts when it comes to your channel. But what do you all think of Mr. Pizzle's Tech Time? And what do you think about my comparison of his thumbnails to the great Austin Evans? And what do you guys think about the homework assignment that I gave all of you when it comes to finding bigger creators in your niche, figuring out how you would approach making a similar thumbnail to them and doing that assignment and making a bunch of them so that now you feel like you've matched that level of skill, because you have to teach, you're going to have to teach yourself, like, okay, well, what font are they using? Or can I use a similar font placement? It'll take the guesswork out, learning these techniques, doing the exercise. I just think your skills will be better when you just set someone at 1 million subscribers as a standard. And that's not to intimidate you. I'm trying to prove to you guys and not intimidate you that, you know, if you actually tried, instead of working with a blank slate, to just make something that objectively was really, really good, and you decide, I think I can duplicate that success, you would find that you are not that far off, and that maybe that's a gap that you can close between you and the biggest creators. If you can just make thumbnails like the biggest creators, what is stopping you from being a bigger creator? A lot of you, your video and audio quality is already there. Your video and audio quality is already there. The biggest thing holding a lot of you back is your thumbnails and your ideas. But at least if you have a better thumbnail, maybe it can carry the idea a little bit. Some of you, your ideas aren't terrible. Some of your ideas succeed in spite of your thumbnails. What would happen to your best idea if it had the best thumbnail possible? Some of you have videos that have 10, 20, 100,000 views, and you don't even have 10,000 subscribers yet. What could have been achieved if you had the best thumbnail of all time? So it's something to think about. Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me here? What are your thoughts? What would you do differently? Let me know in the comment section if you're watching the replay. Let me know in the chat if you're watching live. Boom. There you go. Yeah, Pizzle says, I really struggle with design and thumbnails. This channel helped keep me in check. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Mr. Former graphic designer, Mr. Billboards here, so yeah, absolutely. Research and recon, absolutely, Doug. 100%. And no, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. A lot of people out here trying to reinvent the wheel. Just put a better set of rims on it. Smart Bunny Bro says, yeah, this is exactly what I did. I mimicked the big boys. Yeah, and now you're at over 100,000 subscribers, man. Like, it makes perfect sense. Homework approved. Challenge accepted. Sounds like great advice. Glad to hear it. Would definitely help me. I need to find out who's big in the medical niche. If you're in the medical niche, I have the perfect channel for you. Dr. Sten Ekberg. Dr. Sten Ekberg, perfect for you if you're in the medical niche. So I'll just show you. He's a creator here out of Georgia. Him and his wife Pan. I believe they live in I believe they either live in Cummings, Georgia, or they live out in Marietta. But if you check out Dr. Sten Ekberg, you say you want to know who's big in the medical niche, just use Dr. Sten Ekberg as your spirit animal, and you can't go wrong if you're in the medical niche with these thumbnails. This is just what you would need to do, in my opinion. So if you're in the medical niche, you cannot go wrong with the thumbnails inspired by Mr. Dr. Sten Ekberg here. So, yeah, I would do that. Yep. Smart Money Bro is over 400K. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, and Smart Money Bro's been done a channel review before. Is at 400K, crushing it. Still comes and supports the live streams. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Smart Money Bro is crushing it. Overseer PC Hardware says, question, how do you stick out if you're pitched against the big boys, relatively same thumbnail quality? So here's the funny thing about that. A lot of people overvalue the idea of originality to stand out. The originality or difference that stands out is sometimes a very superficial or small one, and it's about other biases. So you would take on the quality. It's a good question. It's a solid question. It's a fair question. So how do you stand out if you're mimicking the quality and aesthetic and standards of a big YouTuber, but you're not exactly them? Then how do you stand out, and how are you different? So part of that is the title itself being different. and the topic being different. And now it's a 1-2 punch, because actually sometimes that creates contrast and tension. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is you can have one dimension of variance, and that can be enough sometimes. And then other things are about preferences. Other things can be about preferences. To be honest, to some degree, it does suck, but this is true. In theory, if you were doing content where your face is in the thumbnail, same content in every other way, but a different face that might be attractive to a different group of people, or other people or more attractive, could win based on that. Seems unfair, but that's real life. Real life is you could have two people equally successful, equally accomplished in every way, shape, or form. Somebody's gonna like, person A. Some guy's gonna be more attracted to person B. You have to understand that your audience may have different preferences. By the way, just because you're in the same niche as someone doesn't mean you have exactly the same viewers as them, even the biggest creator. I'll also tell you that the other thing is framing and contrast. The biggest creator of all time in your niche has 200,000 people minimum that absolutely hate them and disagree with everything they stand for and every opinion that they have, rightly or wrongly. So you could make a video and package in exactly equal quality to another content creator, the biggest creator in your niche season. But if you make a video that takes the contrary opinion or other point of view of if the biggest creators in your niche all have one narrative and you have a different narrative, but your quality and your value of your packaging, if the quality and value of your packaging and the quality of your production and audio is the same as a big YouTuber, but you are the person who broke away from the herd, and if like the 5 biggest YouTubers in your niche all agree on something, there are 200,000 people that disagree with all of them and don't feel represented, but they are held captive by the fact that nobody of equal quality in thumbnail and packaging and title and so on, and even video production and audio quality and editing quality, represents them. So they're held hostage by the fact that they know, whether they disagree with these people, that at least it's a quality video that doesn't waste their time, but they disagree and they argue their side in the comments. There's 200,000 people that just are looking for someone of equal quality to represent, that disagree, that don't have a place to collectivize, consolidate. So literally, the contrast of the point of view you take is enough to stand out in a niche sometimes, or a gap or a desire that the biggest creator in your niche doesn't fulfill. If the biggest creator in your niche has moved to a place to where most people can't afford the things they're reviewing, if you brought equal quality to the budget space, if you brought the 1 million subscriber quality to budget product reviews, people will love it because they have someone who is catering to their station in life, but the quality of the content isn't of lesser value and lesser quality and lesser production. That would be a way to overcome a gap in the market. So what you want is you want your videos to be worthy of standing next to a 1 million subscriber channel, but you don't want to be a clone of that channel. You want to fulfill a desire or a need that is not being met in your niche. And that's what will allow you to become a destination channel and will allow you to stand out from a competitor. But there are people who do not agree with the content of the biggest creators, but they have nowhere else to go to get a video of similar quality or value. If you become that person, you win. Overseer PC says, that's a good point. I haven't thought about it that way. There were some of my videos which picked up when I was against the flow objectively. Bingo. So again, it's about what people value more and what people value most. So don't really compete with their topics all the time. Start making different stuff, but package it where it's of similar value and quality at a glance. So use their standards, not their narrative. If you want to stand out from the big creators while also being worthy of being in the arena, match their standards. Bring big creator energy and match their standards, but not their narrative. Terry says, question, can you clarify? I'm working on incorporating a how-to video idea on a topic, relate and complement each other. I think I'm having good topics, but I'm falling short on ideas. Terry, if ideation is your biggest struggle, maybe you need an outside perspective. We could work together one-on-one on this if you want to do a one-on-one consultation with me. You might qualify because you're in the business niche. If I remember correctly, you're in the business niche. And you're also dealing with a very niche set of clients, and they're probably a little more affluent than the average consumer in America and the Western markets. They're probably a little bit more savvy and they have very specific needs and desires. There's also a reputation component to your actual business being represented in the space. So I understand why you're struggling with ideas, because there also are probably a very limited range of people in your niche that are worth competing with. But they probably also aren't necessarily getting the results in their social media that you might want. So I can understand where the struggle for your ideas are much more specific. I don't think they lend themselves to as much of a general or even a public review situation. I think it's something we'd have to workshop together because of the fact that you're reaching that more sophisticated market, if that makes sense, Terry. So I think it exceeds kind of some of the parameters of what this public conversation would even benefit. What I will clarify is that for everybody else, you have to look at what matters more and what matters most to a specific person, but also what are their preferences, what are their priorities, what are their problems, but also what are their prejudices or biases? What filters do they use to disqualify what matters to them and what doesn't matter to them? So, like, what is someone's internal bias? And what different cognitive biases do they have? Negativity bias, familiarity bias, status and social proof, cognitive dissonance. There are a lot of different ways that our prejudices and biases affect what we will and will not make a priority in content. There are preferences that easily can speak to us and appeal to us in content at a glance in terms of deciding our hierarchy of values. For example, there are some people that immediately will dismiss a video simply if the person that they find in the thumbnail is not someone they either relate to or someone they deem to be conventionally attractive in some way. They'll dismiss the video not on its innate or inherent value, the value proposition in terms of what goal it could help them achieve. They'll just look at someone and say, that's not who I want to be, so I'm not going to listen to them. So that would be an example of a bias that could be a filter mechanism for a video, right? It'd be an unfair one by all means. Don't get me wrong, but it does exist. For this reason, some content creators will just make the content without putting themselves in the thumbnail to avoid that altogether, and will make a concept-driven thumbnail where they are not present and they're just illustrating a concept. Some people use that and they'll make a product-focused thumbnail for exactly that reason. The product review niche is ripe with this for exactly that reason. Then there are other things, for example, where if someone's doing a product review, for example, I have a biasy or a prejudice toward if I see a person physically holding the object, then I know that the video is not wasting my time and that they own the product that they're talking about. So I then have a bias toward that because I know that it's not clickbaiting me, it's not scamming me, it is a hands-on review. So I have a preference and a priority to where for me, it is important for me to absolutely know beyond a shadow of a doubt that someone is talking about a product they physically have put hands on and that they own and have access to and can give me an experience of what I will get in the real world. So hands-on real-world reviews are exactly a preference and a priority for me, and I am more prejudiced against product reviews where I cannot see that in the thumbnail. So that is just a way of like when we're talking about a video topic, I want you to filter it through that lens. Hopefully that makes some sense. Um, Cam and Chris, how do I know if you're shadow banned? In analytics, if you have 0 or near 0 impressions, meaning if you have 0 or less than 100 impressions on a video, then something might be wrong. If you want to say you're shadow banned, then something might be wrong. That's it. Yeah, you might be hitting the topics, but consolidating that into an individual video idea, the idea I think has to tie to a need or a desire, or usually I would say anxiety versus ambition framing in many cases. So it would need to tie to a desire or a need in many cases. And again, a clear way to identify a preference a lot of the time as well. All right, it looks like we hit our 10 channels prepped in the queue. So it looks like we're locked in there. Once we get through these, because we're halfway through, we might do one or two more. We have a returning channel review. We have from last month, we have Incentive Collection. So we're going to bring their channel up. So we have the Incentive Collection. Very strong branding here. Love this. This looks great. Good profile pic that makes sense here. 135 videos. Looks like there's a lot of shorts here. I would maybe consider, depending on what you have going on, you might want to add more videos to the homepage here in terms of playlist. Just more playlist and the layout. But let's take a look at what we have going on here. Very sharp overall aesthetic for this versus. I like the versus thumbnail right off the bat. You got more views on this than subscribers, and you got it in 9 days. Extremely well done. This is going to need to be a series. The versus thumbnail here, incredibly powerful. Good product photography for the review here. And I think we can tell from this that it's not purely like Photoshop. And then in the intro, you make it clear that you actually have the products in hand. So very good. And as I said, for product videos, either proving that you have the product in hand is very good. I'd also say that for you, again, typography and layout really matters. Let's look at a brand in the niche and see if they have a YouTube channel. I'm gonna see if Scentbird has an official YouTube channel. They may not, but maybe we can. Oh, they looks like they do. 11,000 subscribers. Let's see if they even do. They do so good with product photography that it's a possibility that their thumbnails, at least their most popular ones, might actually be good. Not so much. to be honest with you. That's actually disappointing because I would imagine that Scentbird probably has a really good presence on Instagram and that their aesthetic is probably really good on Instagram. So that's a bloody shame. Um, Maybe there are people who have their banner is phenomenal though, but so is yours. Your banner is phenomenal, so I wouldn't change a thing there. Man, some Scentbird needs me to do a review of their YouTube channel and help them fix their YouTube channel. I'll be honest with you. Um, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to look for or find someone who has the ultimate fragrance review thumbnails to give you an example. So let's go and look for someone that we can look at that is good on this specific product review. Oh, this looks great in terms of this person with the product guide. They have multiple products in the shot and it's photography driven. I do not believe those were purely photoshopped. So that was well done. It looks like your niche suffers from people making very poor quality thumbnails and even very poor quality reviews, to be honest, a lot of times. But let's look at School of Scent. It looks like they at least might have some aesthetic thumbnails that we can look at that get views. So these are not bad, but they're also not necessarily the way that I might approach it. So it looks like this niche can be heavily disrupted incentive. And I think that you could nail the thumbnails, pun intended. And I think that actually you're starting to do it already. This idea where you're wearing the gloves, holding the product in the hand, and doing well lit product photography with a white table and a black background, or even a white tabletop aesthetic, is great and it's brilliant. I think it's actually smart. In fact, I actually have an idea for you. I have to get a physical prop real quick. I'm gonna show you. So on Amazon, you can get these reflective tabletops here, and this will be enough to get across a big desk, a normal size desk. And these are plastic reflective. They have them in white, and then there's a set of these in black. And I believe they're $20 for a set of two. And so the reason that I'm recommending that for you specifically is because with your videos, I think from a photography standpoint, and I've been a product photographer. In fact, I even Sony used, with my permission, of course, something I shot for their own Instagram because of how good my product photography of my Sony FX3 camera was. What I would say is your aesthetics here are magnificent, but I think it needs to be that on the left-hand side, you stack the just and buy it, but it all needs to be the same font and same thickness. I would do that. Stack that taller and use the tall, thin version of a single font and consolidate down to just a single font. Use your just buy it with the buy in red and the just and the it in white. That is perfect. And then just go ahead and kind of keep this aesthetic style of black and white and red going and have either the white or black gloves with you holding a product in hand. You just need to adjust some of the lighting as a photographer and this will work for you. And using these product centric thumbnails with the black and white and red aesthetic, and possibly using the reflective glass tabletop aesthetic. And then for additional lighting to help some of your situations, um, there's a small light that you can use. So I'm going to reach into my camera bag. what you want is you want to get some of these small Elgato lights for $36. We have this in my kit.co setup where I have the tech gear that I recommend. Those are Amazon affiliate links. If the mods can put that in the chat. But this is incredibly powerful as a light, as you can see. And look at even how well it improves. Just if I had, maybe I'll actually mount one of these to this side over here, just for this camera angle or in general. But you can see how that improves the quality here for the close-ups on your thumbnails of these products, and getting that extra lighting in on the actual product and being able to use a small, cheap tripod like this and being able to mount it at an angle because of the swivel will help you with the product lighting for improving the overall thumbnail aesthetic. So for you, these $35 lights would be a godsend, but they would help with the quality for the product-centric thumbnails. And I think the key to it is holding the product in your hand, but I think you having the white and or black gloves is a unique signature that you could become known for, as well as the aesthetic that can be for this Just Buy It. And there are two formats I would use for your Just Buy It, where you put Just Buy It at the top of the thumbnail and then have a wide shot of the product on the white tabletop, or it can be to the side like this, but it should all be a consistent font and a consistent font size. But do block it with the Just and the It in white and the Buy in red. And I think that that will work wonders for you. And then I think that that creates a signature for your thumbnails. And I think that it gives the social proof of you having the product in hand, which people for product reviews really, really care about. But I also think that you being able to show off a stronger aesthetic and brand than everybody in the scent space will kill it. I don't think, like with this Blue Seduction thing, that you have to put Blue Seduction in the thumbnail again. And I don't think my thoughts, nope. I think that if it's not a Just Buy It, that you literally just leave it, let it speak for itself with you, with the gloves and with the product. And I think that's it. And I think that's all you'd have to do. And like I said, I think for you, just two of these Elgato key light minis, they're $35 a piece. And then you can just get whatever cheap tripod. It could be a Joby, it could be these, I think, are Sunpeak. And you can wrap these too. So it's really convenient, So you just get a bendy tripod of some kind along with the Elgato key light minis. Super portable, $35, very thin. These are great, right there on Amazon. I can't get enough of these, honestly. I have them everywhere. And this will do you. I always try to throw these in some bag that I have on me, just because, again, just having, like, literally lighting improves everything. I mean, you guys see it for yourself. If I literally, and I might in the future for these streams, just mount this light somewhere, even this third camera angle with this Bobo extra third camera that I have for the widescreen angle, is just the quality improves instantly just with lighting alone. Nothing else. Lighting is that compelling. And for product photography, extraordinarily compelling. When you want close-ups, just the way you change the angle of where light is makes a product shot for a thumbnail. Look at it. Technically, this could be a thumbnail for this product if I just get the lighting right. Boom. That's a thumbnail by itself. If I just only get the lighting right. So just lighting and aesthetic is enough to drastically change the outcome here. So when we look at your channel, we can literally create a superior aesthetic brand in your thumbnail shots that wins the click almost every time, because you've had some success with it already in the past. I think we just take your branding to another level, and then when you combine that with the signature glove, no one else has that. So then also making something that is branded by virtue of your color scheme, your photography setup, and your approach. It wouldn't even make sense for people to try and copy you, because everyone would know they're ripping you off, because it would be branded at that point. Yeah, the lights are really bright, but you can also dim them, and so they're very dimmable, and they can work really well. So those would be my thoughts for you, and I feel like that would make all the difference in the world for you. So one photographer to another. And those are my thoughts about incentive collection. I think that there's something strong there with potential. I think it can disrupt its niche, and I think that the visuals in this case could be improved for literally just $36 and better typography and layout. And there are like 2 or 3 layouts that make the thumbnails for this perfect going forward and very difficult to ignore. And I think that that's like the biggest thing that changes the trajectory of this channel. But what do you guys think? What do you think of me showing you the things that I think in terms of changing the lighting and aesthetic, since this is a product review driven channel, and what can be accomplished with that? Let me know in the chat here. If you're watching live, let me know in the comments if you're watching the replay. So yeah, I love, like, see, this is why I need to bring back Tech Tuesdays at some point when I can. As soon as I can, I need to figure out a way without overdoing it to bring back Tech Tuesdays so that you guys can get more gear references. I might literally need to make some lighting tutorials. I don't know if lighting tutorials will even do well on my channel anymore, but I might do them just so that there's a point of reference on my channel for them. Couldn't hurt the Amazon commissions, I guess. But I think some lighting tutorials for content creators could definitely, in the long run, be helpful to my channel as a whole. I don't think there are that many downsides to doing it. So I think that I might have to explore at least doing a small mini series of lighting tutorials, or at least lighting reviews, if nothing else. So there's just a good point of reference. So we're going to take a short break. I need to get something else to refresh my throat here. I need a small break. So in the meantime, I'm going to share my, I need to update my book trailer for my book, Create Something Awesome, How Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. For those of you who didn't know, Roberto is a best-selling author as well, making a book that can help any content creator to up their game. And so it's a great way to support the channel. If you want to check out the book, it's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, Audible, anywhere that books are sold. So you can feel free to check that out. We're going to play my trailer while I get another drink here. And we're going to save what's left of my voice. So enjoy. I finally did it. I finished my book, Create Something Awesome, How Content Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. The book is available now in paperback and in Kindle, where you can read it on any e-reader or device. And I'm really excited about this. The audiobook is coming soon, probably October 2022. Oh my God, it's so great to be able to have this book done, put it up on the bookshelf, and to know that all of you who appreciate it, you want to hear what I have to say about the creator economy, becoming a full-time content creator, and what the experience and lifestyle of being a content creator actually is like. This is the book. I put 20 chapters in here of the most important things I think that content creators could be focusing on today. I talk about the mental health aspect of being a content creator, getting discouraged, imposter syndrome, not charging what you're worth, and mostly actionable advice around monetizing your content properly, but also how to build an audience on your authenticity and what it's really like to start from zero, even today. So if you're interested, make sure you're checking out the book. You can order it on Amazon. You also probably order it in a lot of other places like Barnes & Noble, and it will be coming to other bookstores soon. Really excited about it. Thank you for all the support and love around the book and the positive reviews. Now go ahead and pick it up and make sure you go out there and create something awesome today. Take care. That feels better. I think we can get through the last of the channel reviews now that I have another beverage. So let's catch up on the chat a little bit, shall we? So Incentive Collection says, one quick question. Outside of the products I brand just buy it, what would you title the fragrances that are kind of meh, such as Blue Seduction? It's a good question. One, you do have the stuff that's a blind buy. I think branding that is fine. I just think that you got to put the fragrance on the right and the text on the left for that as well and lock it in, and that it needs to not be outlined, but it needs to be solid white and then red, and just do the color blocking. So on the blind buy, that's easy. But on the ones that are just meh, I literally think that what if you just literally, for the fragrances that are just meh, what if you just put meh in the thumbnail in all red? What if you just did that? What if you just came right out with it? That way people could see that you have a strong opinion about this, and then they can feel free to watch this to see why you have that strong opinion, or agree or disagree or argue with you. So what about that? So Terry is in the middle of reading / listening on Audible, and you're enjoying the book. Great. And Incentive says, from one photographer to another, thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate them. Yeah, absolutely. Scale Train had a question about your portable monitor. I linked to that and what I found on Kit, but can you confirm that that's the one that you're using to read the chat? Yes, that is the one. When I do this camera angle and then I read the chat and then I see like the determined Gardner, and I see Peter Dell, and I see everybody else in the chat, then I can look at this camera angle while I read the chat, or if I look slightly down, it still isn't that awkward. And so it is the portable monitor I'm using. I believe it's under $80. And so that one is, I also have another one of these in my camera bag to travel with for when I go to hotels. I'm literally going to buy yet another one of these. I have one of these for my desk in the basement setup. And then in my basement library, I just need to go ahead and buy another one of these and be done with it. So I will literally, this portable monitor is so good that I'm literally just going to own 4 or 5 of them, because the other usage for this portable monitor is I'm going to put one of these in the server closet so that if I ever need to plug into the systems there for anything, I literally could just use this portable monitor right there in the server closet and not have to go fetch it from somewhere else. Because they're under $80, I'm literally just going to own 5 or 6 of these. I'm not joking. That sounds excessive, but I just don't want to ever have to unhook them from something. And I just always want to have one in my travel bag at all times. And I want to have these in the rooms that I move my laptop to work from my laptop. When I live stream from the basement, I also have the laptop hooked up to do that, to accomplish that. It is a recreation of this desk in the basement, but it has a different camera setup and it doesn't have a widescreen monitor because it's meant to work with my laptop, for example. And then I have my library where I write, and sometimes I want a second monitor down there for something. So it's just good to have the portable monitor there. And then obviously I don't want to have to pack it up and forget about it when I travel or anything like that. So, and then like I said, for the server closet, I need to just have a portable monitor in the server closet. So I'm gonna end up with 5 or 6 of these. That's how good it is. Um, Incentive Collection says, I'm cool with labeling it as Matt. Do you think this would affect future brand deals? If it does, then they're brands that just want you to say nice things and not be authentic, and then they're not worth working with. So if they have a problem with you having strong opinions, then they shouldn't bother, because that means they don't stand up to the scrutiny of a review. That could suggest that they don't stand by their product just being that good. So if they're worried that you're going to say their product is meh, then maybe they need to make a better product. So again, if negative or strong opinions discourage a brand from working with you, that just signals that they don't have faith that their product can handle a tough review. And then maybe they're not worth working with. Last question. For B-roll, my products are shot in medium format. Should I scale back production to increase to 3 videos a week? I think that medium format is overkill. So yeah, I think it might be overkill. I think that high production value is good, but I would say don't overdo it. But I would say rather than scale back, maybe you could just make the process more efficient. Consider rather than scaling back, just figuring out a means of being efficient without lessening quality. And for people interested in private channel reviews, we do have some information on that. If you want to check that out, the mods will be posting that in the chat. All right, so at 82 is our next channel review. Let's take a peek here. At 82 does everyday carry and tech reviews. So again, another product review style channel. Very appropriate here, as we just gave some really strong advice to another product review channel in a different niche. These are actually pretty strong channel views for a channel of this size, and especially for only 40 videos. And what I will say here is these are different and very unique thumbnails, but there are a lot of inconsistencies in the thumbnails quality and aesthetic. Also, I think that this is a channel that would grow rapidly if it could manage at least 1 video a week, or at least consistently 2 videos a month. And in terms of inspiration for aesthetics, you could become the orange version of El Jefe Reviews, our friend Jeff. So with El Jefe Reviews, I want you to look at the aesthetic that he has for products here. And then let's look at yours, 82. You could transition to being a orange version if orange is your signature color, if that's what you want to do. By the way, if you're going to make orange the signature color, and you don't have to, but if that's the direction you're going, I would also make the banner like this, but it could be cool for you to just become the orange version of El Jefe Reviews aesthetically here. He's doing this purple and teal. He's doing basically a teal and a magenta aesthetic. It's the retro aesthetic. So it's teal and magenta here. Um and white usually. You could appropriate some aspects of this same aesthetic and the quality of the products. And again, look at how Jeff, again, product in the hand. Remember that preference I told you about, product in the hand, or showing the product exists in his studio in real life. And look at the views. It speaks for itself. So I think you could get there for your product reviews with solid product photography. Some of your product photography is actually already pretty good, but also, again, I think you are struggling like most people on text and layouts of text. I think that laying out thumbnails with regard to text design is most of y'all's struggle bus. I really do. But I think we've covered a lot of how to approach that. And for you, seeing how Jeff approaches it in terms of either side options or left side or top makes the most sense. So from a layout perspective, if your layout design just matches what Jeff is doing here, you have options for a top heavy layout or a left to right layout. And I think if you learn from that, but then do it with your branding in terms of color and pick a very good sans serif font, that your videos will be more successful. Your other issue here is the inconsistency of your uploads. Maybe that's because you're putting these through extreme test and it takes longer. But I think you need to put out at least 2 videos a month, my friend, and then this will grow. Because I think that if you're doing 40 reviews, and that's what you've gotten so far, if you were at least doing 2 reviews a month, you'd be growing faster than what you're currently doing, because right now it feels like you're only able to get out maybe 10 videos in a year, maybe 10, 15 videos in a year tops. And it looks like you took a massive break from 6 years ago. So in 1 year you've made 16, 20 videos in 1 year. I think you need to make 50 to 100 videos a year, my friend, and your channel would grow as a result of that. So I think consistency, volume, value, and better packaging. Absolutely. By the way, these are good views. These are good views. In some cases, these are great views. What if they could be even better, though? So that's kind of the thought behind this. The photography aspect of some of these is really strong. What if you had consistent branding so that people could also make you a priority? And what if you had consistent uploads so that people could make you a priority? So I think those things in combination would help you. But what do you guys think of, 82? And what do you think of my review? Do you agree with me that if you can get your branding locked in with your fonts and your colors, that it's easier to start being familiar with your content and make it a preference and make it a priority? Do you agree with the emphasis for these product reviews of doing very strong photography and making it the centerpiece of the thumbnail, and making sure people understand that you have and own the product and that they're going to get a hands-on review of it? Do you think that that helps people to also make it a preference and a priority, and that solves a real problem for them? For me, I'm prejudiced against videos where I can't be sure that the person even owns the product, but when I can see that they have it in hand, that makes it a priority for me, and it's a preference that I absolutely have. And I have a bias against videos that don't do it. When I'm looking at product reviews specifically, I want to know that you own the thing that you're talking about, and I don't want to guess. I want to know. So I feel like that can be important. So for me, Again, this is a perfect YouTube thumbnail right there. In fact, actually just a slight angle. This is a perfect YouTube thumbnail as far as I'm concerned. And you can just put text by it. So like we literally do, this is the YouTube thumbnail. And we just put text on the left-hand side. And then this right here with text on the left-hand side, as far as I'm concerned, is a perfect YouTube thumbnail for a product review on the DJI Action 5 Pro. That'd be a perfect thumbnail right then and there. That's all she wrote. I promise you. I feel like that. I feel like this here is near perfect. Not quite, actually. I take that back. It'd be more like, if I'm being honest, that is pretty close to all I need as a perfect thumbnail for the DJI Mic version 2. Like, I feel like that is with some text on it. I feel like that's a near perfect thumbnail to just say, hey, I own the product. Here it is. And you're going to get a review. And so what do you guys think? Agree? Disagree? Let me know in the chat. If you're watching live, let me know in the comments. If you're watching the replay. Neo Moses, we actually have locked in the last remaining channel reviews for the night. We have 3 that we're doing left. If I've got any voice left or Steam, we might get you in. But I don't think I'm going to have any voice or Steam left with the 3 that we have remaining. We've got Ask Pawpa up next. We've got Determined Gardener. And then we've got Dex, not Dexter. So that'll give us 10 for tonight. But I might consider it, Neo Moses, because you're a long time viewer. If I have any Steam left, if not, you'll have to catch us next week. Yep, 82 says, awesome, thanks. It makes a lot of sense. I agree with all your points. It's so hard to lock down the packaging, and it takes me too long to make a video. That's the hardest thing for me editing. Yeah, if you can speed up that process, it'll do wonders for your channel. Yeah, but I think after we do these 3, I think I'm done for the night because I think my voice can't really take much more. That's also because I did coaching calls today. So I had to do some coaching calls today. And that's after also doing office hours last night plus coaching calls. And I've got even though I usually take the weekend off, somebody had a coaching call and they could only fit it in on Saturday. So I've got 2 people who could only fit a coaching call in on Saturday. So I usually take that time off, but I've got 2 of them tomorrow. So my voice is pretty much shot. So I think anyone besides the 3 that we have left to do, Ask Pawpa, the Determined Gardener, and Dex Not Dexter, I think everyone else will probably have to wait till next week when we do these. Because I think that my voice is shot otherwise. So let's see here. And we'll just go ahead and queue up the remaining 3 channels so I don't have to worry about it later. All right. So we have Ask Pawpa here. 97 videos. Returning channel review champion here. So one, always love the branding for Ask Pawpa. I love this yellow and black aesthetic. The homepage is really well laid out in terms of good playlist to organize the channel content and to help people navigate. So very good. Smart here. I think that the thumbnail choices for the YouTube Shorts could be improved in terms of just branding and making custom thumbnails for the YouTube Shorts. So I think there's ways to approach that. Let's get a sense of what's going on with some of the videos. So again, for the channel size, this channel is crushing it on views. There's a beloved community for Ask Pawpa's content here around tiny homes and around tiny home living. And you have a great story. So very good. You've embraced the black and yellow aesthetic, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. So very good. The physical comedy that we talked about introducing way back when. I mean, like you've made some videos that have taken off and blew up the channel since the first time you came to a channel review. So again, do want to acknowledge that and call that out here. And your stuff can really take off if you hit on a good idea. Primary example is before excuse me one second, this tiny shed video, for example, buying the tiny home shed, real cost, big success for the channel. The downsizing, telling your story, huge, more views than you had subscribers on both of those videos. So again, there's a lot of great stuff that has been happening with the channel over the last couple of months since you started. So for being under a year, you're absolutely crushing it. But since we talked about trying to get your branding on your thumbnails consistent, which I believe we did somewhere right around here, you've had some really good success and you've had some great videos and you've got a strong community going. So again, just want to acknowledge that success. But also, you guys, do you see how good and relatable and thoughtful these thumbnails are? But that also all of these videos are evergreen. People could watch these videos anytime and that they can binge watch videos on the Ask Pawpa channel. So I think that again, even as simple as these thumbnails are, they're simple and effective. And there's a lot you can learn from doing that. So again, these videos are on the right track. What I will say about strategy here is that making sure that you are doubling down on things like the myths and mistakes and the mystery box of tiny homes and tiny home living is important. But also, like I said, start integrating some segments into some of your videos where you tell some stories so that people endear themselves more to you. Like we talked about doing some Ask Pawpa stories, um, stories from Pawpa in the videos themselves. so that, again, just people relating to you a bit more. And they already love you, but I think it can go deeper in developing the community. And I think that another aspect of this is I know you want to talk a bit about frugal living, but I think it can be incorporated into how much like how much in terms of real cost breakdowns for aspects of the tiny home things, because that's a big one for people. I also think that doing some other things like tiny home versus RV, tiny home versus living on a boat could be good collaborations that you could do with other people where you compare expenses, because people are really curious about those savory details. They want all the savory details of that sort of thing. So I think that there's a benefit to doing that. So let's see. On the shorts here, I think that for the shorts, and what's the most popular short here? Looking at the shorts, these are not doing badly, but I think also the shorts are an opportunity to experiment with more things that you want to talk about and cover. But obviously, I think actually like the text graphics for these when you're talking, but I would prefer them in the black and yellow. I don't love this font as much for this one in the black and yellow because I just don't think the font is strong enough. It's not thick enough. So I like the thickness of this font, but I would prefer it in the black and yellow. And I think that that could be stronger and on brand. But overall, well done, Kevin. Well done, Ask Pawpa. So good stuff here. Keep it moving. Keep the channel growing. Um, I don't think that 10,000 subscribers is out of reach, and I think that there's a very strong, very beloved community here that keeps coming back for more. I also think this content plays very well on YouTube smart TVs, and I like the idea of more of you making your content with the idea in mind that it can look good on any device, but especially on TVs. I mean, if it looks good on the big screen, it's going to look good on the small screen, right? So I think that that's something to pay attention to. So very well done. But what did you guys think of Ask Pawpa returning channel review champion here? Has gotten a viral video to pop off with over 200,000 views, has had some videos getting more views than he has subscribers, consistently bringing in thousands of views as a channel under 10K subscribers, has a solid community where almost 2,000 people, 1,000, 2,000 people show up for every single video. And again, I think all the content's evergreen, so I think this can only go up. So I think it's actually really solid. But what do you guys think? Do you agree, disagree with my review? Would you guys do something differently if you were Ask Pawpa? Let us know in the comment section if you're watching the replay. Let us know live if you're in the chat. Yep, so there we go. So we can catch up with a little bit of the chat. So, Tonye, the self-care maven says, "Hey, bro, thank you for all the value you're giving us little channels." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Ask Pawpa grew by about 50% in subscribers alone since March 14th, which is I believe when he did one of his first channel reviews here. So yeah. And he says 78% of the views are TV viewers. So yeah, Ask Pawpa, you want to brand everything for the channel with TV viewers in mind, because you're getting almost 80% of all of your views from television. A lot of you really need to realize that not everybody watches YouTube videos on their smartphone, and that more and more content is being viewed on television sets now, and a lot of you need to act accordingly. Yeah. We've got two more channels to review. We will see if I can handle doing maybe one or two more after this. We'll see. But next up we have the Determined Gardener. So hopefully, Determined Gardener, you've been determined to still be here and wait for your review. And so you're the second to last one, unless my voice holds out. So let's go ahead and get into it. So here we have the Determined Gardener, 2,000 or so subscribers, 300 videos. The banner is not terrible. It says plants and veggies DIY videos every week. So at least in this case, then the schedule is there. The problem with the placement here for this schedule is this will not show up in mobile. So you need to check how your stuff looks in every device. I would argue that you're better off for this one, maybe taking yourself out of the banner, just using the panoramic shot of the plants, putting your channel name in a larger font, and then you don't need the flower gardening. I think people kind of get it. So if you just use your channel name in the banner, take the photo of you out, use the panoramic, and then have plants, veggies, DIY weekly videos. Underneath that, centered in the banner, then people will be able to see what the channel is about in mobile devices, and then that will make more sense. So I think that that is the key there. And with you being in the profile pic, it doesn't necessarily need to be reinforced in the banner. It's better to have the schedule in there and the value proposition. You have the value proposition in your about section as well. Learn how to grow your own food on a budget. And then you have more details there. So that's pretty strong. You have the basic YouTube layout, and you at least do have one curated playlist here aside from shorts, videos, and popular videos. I would argue put another 2 or 3 curated playlists into your homepage for sure. For the videos, these thumbnails are actually not bad. These are actually pretty good thumbnails for a very small channel. What I would like to see in the thumbnails, though, is consistent branding yet again in terms of your font choices. Your font choices being more consistent would help you here. Let's see what the most popular content on the channel would actually be. So the most popular content in the channel certainly has many, many more views than it does subscribers. Why I stopped buying potted mums, and you should too. I would say make more videos on why you stop doing something or why to not do something. People have a negativity bias. So I would say if you have strong opinions about things people shouldn't be buying and shouldn't be doing, then lead with more of those. And there could be a benefit to doing that because clearly people have a negativity bias if this is your most popular video. People love your Dollar Tree series. It's good that you've been repeating that, but the thumbnail poses for that are getting a little too repetitive. It's good to do things that work, and it'd be good if the branding and text was more consistent for them, but I would find ways to mix up the poses for that a little bit more. Um, I would also find more videos to do that are similar to things that are killing your garden, and so instead of focusing on three things, like for example, that will kill your orchid, I would say three things killing your potted plants, five things killing your garden, and you could do multiple videos of that where you do different numbers for the listicle style videos for this. Um, so I think people would value that. I think also Dollar Tree did very well for you. Lowe's doesn't do bad. Consider which other for brands do well. People do like brand videos. A big thing is in general for a lot of your videos and your video formats, like I said, there could be more consistent branding so that you could get people used to your videos so that they make them a priority in terms of that. I also think don't bother with videos like this. Don't get involved in politics. It's not necessary and it's a distraction from the content people came from. I would basically ditch any videos like that. Stick to the value proposition of what people want from you. Your overall thumbnail quality and your sense of visual thumbnails, posed thumbnails, and product-centric thumbnails are very good. Again, you can ditch content that has nothing to do with what your audience signed up for. Never really worth it to distract them with it. Um, so I would say that do not deviate from videos about gardening, but you have a solid overall brand in terms of what people expect from you and what people are willing to watch, and you found videos and formats that work, you need to codify these into series that you can do over and over again. You've started down that path with the Dollar Tree videos, but you have to find ways to not make them feel too repetitive or find different opportunities in terms of the framing of what you get out of them as a viewer. And it has to be more than just top finds. It has to, I would do more listicles even with the Dollar Tree videos of, um, 15 under $50 and things like that. I think people have, 50 or even, um, 15 things under $20 or 15 things under $25, things that create a budget consciousness because that's something that people value and make a priority. So those are things I would look at. I think your before and after video thumbnails could use some work in terms of being stronger. And then also, like I said, there's not a cohesive brand in terms of the typography and the color scheme here. But I do think it could be with the maybe black, white, and yellow text aesthetic. And because there's so much green generally in the videos already, I think that yellow, black, and white goes with it. So that's probably what I would look for there. Um, In terms of your shorts, I think you need to pick a font and brand style for these as well, and then stick to it for those. But overall, the topics for your shorts are working for people. So, no commentary on the strategy for that, but on the branding, yes. So again, those are the things that I would look at. I would probably also assume that this channel probably does pretty well with TV viewers as well, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that 20% or more of your audience watches on their TV screen. So I would also take that into consideration in terms of your approach. The actual video production here looks pretty solid, to be honest. Um, it's possible it might be being filmed primarily with a phone, but it still looks really good, and I think that that's, becoming more and more of a thing. There are some shots that really do feel like they're definitely shot on a camera, but even if these are shot on a phone, the phones are getting better and better to where what's shot on a phone can look great on a television set these days, especially with the new iPhones and the new Google, Pixel and Samsung phones. So, wouldn't shock me either way there. But again, I think this is a channel that could benefit from brand consistency and just some minor tweaks on thumbnails, making sure that people make it a preference and a priority, but also just keeping everything focused exclusively on the gardening, not talking about YouTube, not talking about politics, just keep it focused on what people came here for. And I think it'll do all right. I think there are a lot of good things that are happening here, but again, I do think also working on the channel banner, it'll look much better on mobile and TV with the changes I suggested. So I think that that's a whole thing. I think the TV style content is really the key to a lot of this, and I think that this could be kind of a almost reality TV style channel, and that there's a lot you could learn from like TLC, for example, the Learning Channel, and HDTV. Oh, there goes my voice. So, yeah, that's what my suggestions are for this. But what do you all think? Do you agree with me about also one, not only just making series of content here, but also branding them in a way to where they don't feel repetitive, but they feel familiar, and so that someone can pick them and say, "Oh, I remember that," and pick these things over and over and over again. Like, what do you guys think? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Let me know in the comments if you're watching the replay. Let me know in the chat if you're still watching live. Yep. Boom. There we go. I think we locked that one in. She says, yes, that's correct. I think that's probably correct with regard to either the phone or with what I said about TV viewers. Yep. Yep. Oh, agreeing with the TV viewers. Yeah, the TV viewers, that's a big thing. Yep, absolutely. Yep. Diamond Hunter Enterprises, good to see you again. Oh, wow. I'm definitely going to need another drink here. My throat is shot. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw up the Be Right Back banner, and I will be right back. And we are back. So yeah, I'm going to catch up with the chat a little bit here. So we have one more locked in for our 10. We have Dex, not Dexter. And I believe the channel has grown since we last talked. So very good. I think that with this next re-up of getting something to drink, that we've got a little bit of my voice back. We'll take 2 more reviews. We'll take 2 more reviews, and that's going to be it for the night. And it's going to be a first come, first serve on that. So we're going to let the chat do its thing. And we're going to take 2 more reviews. It's first come, first serve on that. If somehow by accident people do it all at once and we end up over, we'll get those next week and we'll honor those next week. But it's first come, first serve. We're going to open up 2 slots, first come, first serve. And that's where we're going to do it. But that's it for tonight. That is it for tonight. No mas. All right, so we got Diamond Hunter Enterprises. We're down to 1 slot left. 1 slot left. That's it. That's all she wrote. So last call. Last call. And yeah, the interesting thing here, at least for me, the interesting thing is this concoction I made in terms of something here to drink is I went with water, lime juice, and magnesium. The magnesium is going to help me sleep later for sure. And it's also super healthy. And the lime makes this alkaline now and also helps my throat. Diamond Hunter Enterprises, you're good. YouTube defaults to like 1999 sometimes, so don't worry about it. Yep, so we got one more slot, but in the meantime, I'll go ahead and start in on Dex, not Dexter. Oh, we already have his channel queued up, so that's good. That's convenient. Ugh, excuse me. So we have Dex, not Dexter, who has done a channel review before. And it's had some videos pop off before in the past, so well done. Up to 666 subscribers. Last time you were here, I believe you had 578, so the channel is growing, slow and steady. You've done some videos today. Let's see, a couple of days ago, you had a very successful video around this ChatGPT 4.1. So 660 views on that, almost as many as you have subscribers. The easy viral Barbie doll tutorial. So actually, I think tutorials on viral trends is actually a really good idea. You did the Barbie doll one. I think you should do the action figure one. If you so you haven't done the action figure one, I think people would watch that. So I think that's another easy 500 to 1,000 views for you. So I think that'd be good. News around some of these things like ChatGPT is good. Kling 2.0 reviving Lost Legends. I think that you need to explain that more clearly to people. again, for a channel your size, this isn't bad, but I think that you should have said Cling 2.0, resurrecting um dead celebrities, and people would understand that video. You can still change the title. I would say Cling 2.0, using AI to revive dead celebrities, is a much more compelling title. I mean, chat, if you're watching live right now, what do you think of that title? And do you think that I'm right about that particular title? Because I think that that would do it. Because I think your concept here and covering this was great. I saw this in my feed on X and it was very intriguing. But I think the title has to be Cling 2.0, using AI to resurrect dead celebrities, is something that normal people would understand, and that then they would know what that title means to them and why they should pay attention to it. And I think that that's the key to making this work for you. So that's what I would do in your case, Dex, for that particular title, because that title can be revived in your case. That title can be revived for that video, and it could do very well because it's only 3 days, and it's like it's a good title if we do it the way that I'm suggesting. Um, let's see. I think that the title for this one is wrong with 3 mini and AGI. I don't think your audience cares as much about AGI. I think you need to find a way to dumb down this title for that. So for the tech audience still, because yeah, this is nerd speak. This is what this channel is about. Now this ideogram 3.0 image generator, I think was compelling a week ago because I think a lot of people are trying to figure out what the best one is. You nailed it with being early on Google's Firebase Studio. Like you spend a lot of time on X because I've seen you over on X. And so I think you're picking your topics from there, but I think you're improving and picking your topics. You're more consistently getting videos to get hundreds of views than you were in the past. Before, you were struggling with videos getting dozens of views. Now, more and more of your videos are getting hundreds or thousands of views. So I think you're getting closer and closer to really nailing what your audience cares about, Dex. So I really want to compliment you on that in terms of just the fact that you've gotten more focused, you've gotten more consistent, and you're hitting, I would argue, much more often these days than you're missing, and it's getting better. I think this has been a really strong month for you. I think this has been one of your strongest months in consistency of just taking more shots and getting some of them to land more effectively because again, there's just less videos that are struggling to get views now. It's not perfect, but you're really close at this point. I really mean that. I mean that because we've seen you come to these channel reviews fairly often. And if we look at where you were, even like a month ago, you had some outliers that hit, but most of your videos were still struggling. You were still trying to figure things out. And more often than not, you were getting dozens of views on videos. Now you're getting much more consistent overall views and view potential, and you're getting more and more videos getting to 1,000 views or more. So I feel like you're on the precipice of making that more normal to where you know you're going to average like anywhere from 300 to 2,000 views as your new normal and your new normal range. I think you're close. I think that you're getting there. And I think that it's down to the topic and the timing a lot for you. Your thumbnails are getting better and better and better. I think you're really right on the cusp of getting this right. And Katie in the chat has been doing wonderful admin work and has been keeping track of this for you. So your views on March 14th went between from 20K to 195K. You've made real progress here. So I think that you're refining this to a place to where I think by the end of the year, you will absolutely have figured out and found your voice and found your rhythm if you're just keeping up the consistency. So I do want to encourage you because I just feel like you're close, man. And I usually don't go in like this, but for you, I know that you've been struggling sometimes. And so I just feel that if you don't quit, you're right around the corner from, like, really locking this in because you were, like, not even breaking 100 videos. Sorry, let me phrase that. You were not breaking 100 views just a couple of months ago, and now you have back-to-back videos getting thousands of views and hundreds of views over and over again. And you've really been taking advice to heart and experimenting and having the guts to just try something. So I think I think by the end of the year, you will have figured it out. So I do want to compliment you on that. And I think I gave you some ideas that will work for you. I think that you're onto something, by the way, with whenever you see a viral trend of people doing image generation in X and it becomes a viral trend, that if you do a tutorial for it, there could be some easy views and some evergreen views there. But also on the news content, I think you're dialing it in a lot more. So yeah, it's just something I've been thinking about when it comes to your content. So those are some of my thoughts for Dex, not Dexter, returning channel review. I think that sometimes if you're a small creator and you're in a very competitive niche, you need a little bit of time to cook. You need consistency, but you can also use encouragement sometimes and be told what you're doing well. Sometimes it's important to be told what you're doing well and not just criticized over what you might be doing wrong. And sometimes effort does need to be acknowledged. I am a results oriented person. Make no mistake about it. We talk about it all the time. I want to see results, I want to see needles move. But I can't ignore when somebody goes from, you know, having a situation where they came here a month ago and they had what was it? I think we said it was 20K views. And then they go to 195K views and not pretend that they haven't made an effort and that they haven't produced results just because they're not blowing up. Slow and steady wins the race more often than not. And a lot of YouTubers really undermine themselves by getting discouraged, not showing up, not being consistent, and just quitting. Dex's videos, he might have a lot of things that hit, miss, maybe even flop, but he keeps shooting shots over and over again, showing up every day and trying his heart out. And it doesn't always land, but he's getting more and more of those shots to finally land, and it's making real progress. Being able to 10x your channel views overall in just a month is not normal for most creators, especially creators under 1,000 subscribers. So, as I said, I think that it's just another good learning lesson for the rest of us that it does matter to sharpen the saw. Sometimes you have to work harder than other people to find your rhythm. When I was a track and cross country runner, I didn't have some absurd talent. My coach frequently told me I didn't. But he did tell me, you have more heart than other kids, Roberto, and you got something to prove and you want it more than them because you have a chip on your shoulder. And I've never forgotten that. Thank you, Coach Lawrence, by the way. Like, I've never forgotten that. And so when I see that in creators that are really just they clearly want it, I think that that can matter. And I think that there are times when hard work does beat talent. And as you know, I don't really believe in luck. I believe in being prepared for opportunities because I think that if luck does exist, it is squandered on people who are lazy, have poor judgment, and who don't have the courage to try. Luck is squandered and wasted on cowards. And so when I see someone show up and try who has the guts to build in public, succeed or fail, I think that that is a good thing, and I would like to see more people demonstrate that character. So, again, that's my review on Dex Not Dexter. That's my thoughts in general on showing up and working hard. But what do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let me know if you're in the chat. Let me know if you're watching in the replay. So, yeah. So Dex, I hope you got a lot out of that. Thank you, Katie, for definitely calling out that Dex went from 20K to 195K. I think people need to know that. I think people need to see that and that it matters quite a bit to be consistent. All right, so I see we have our last channel reviews. And by the way, I'm going to knock those out. I think we had a last one. I know that I said I was only going to do two more, but since we have the three, I'll do them and I'll knock them out real quick so that we can finish them up. I think my voice will hold out. So we got Diamond Hunter Enterprises, and we have Mr. Flexbot, but also we got a last one. I think we got Jackie D. McKeever. So if we can get that in, we'll just yep, I see it in the chat. Sorry, I see it in the form. So we'll just finish that last one out, and then we will wrap up our evening. So this is last call. And actually, just to make sure that my voice holds out, we will really quickly just be right back. All right, so I've got more water and I got an emergency ginger ale just in case to get us through the last three channel reviews of the evening. All right. So let's go ahead and get into Miss Diamond Hunter Enterprises. So Diamond Hunter Enterprises, CEO, 30-year expert in federal government contracting. So I think that the channel banner here can be stronger because I believe that this is too small to read in a lot of cases, especially on mobile. So I think that this banner could be redeveloped with readability as a priority. Do like the logo. I will say that. I do like I like the graphic of the logo. Um, I'm not sure about the background. I think that there's just a little too much in color variation. I'd like to see it simplified down a little bit. Um, so I think that that would be helpful. Government contracting. I don't think you need to reiterate Diamond Hunter Enterprises in the about. I think you should just go with CEO and 30-year expert in federal government contracting within the first line, since the first line is what we have to work with. So I would just shorten that up by not reiterating Diamond Hunter Enterprises there. Homepage layout seems to have videos and shorts. I would take more of these created playlists and I would feature them on the homepage layout in the customized options. Very good profile pick, though. Very good profile pick. There are aspects of, for a small channel, these are actually very good views for a small channel. The views are excellent. The video editing and production looks pretty strong for a small channel. So that actually is very good, bringing a little bit of big creator energy there. It looks like you don't have a lot of long form and that you have about roughly half the channel might be shorts. No negatives there. Good views overall for 3 months and being a beginner. The biggest thing is these thumbnails. Some of them are a bit cluttered. Some of them really hit the mark. I would say in particular that these two here at the top on the left are pretty solid overall thumbnails, if I'm being honest, in terms of their effectiveness. They're not perfect, but they are good. I would probably rate them a 2.5 to a 3 out of 5. 2.5 to 3 out of 5. They do a lot well. You're at least cutting yourself out from the background. This one from 9 days ago, just too many colors to the text. That's a big one for you guys. Too many colors for the text. And you don't need to use things like the HubZone and SBA logos here if you can't use clean versions of them. Using the cutout with the white, and again, too small to see on a mobile device here. So not a fan of that. What I would say here is that you don't also, for putting the text in there. Remember what I've said with text, 2 words per line, 3 lines max, make it readable and scannable. Too many colors on the text and the background. No drop shadow is in there, so that makes it hard to read. The background is too busy. I think it could have just been cleaner. I think the green color is working quite a bit in terms of backgrounds and making you pop from the background. I'd argue maybe use a drop shadow like you did in this video from a month ago. The drop shadow is a good way to just make you pop a little bit more here from a design and aesthetic standpoint. So, yeah, that's something to definitely think about. This one is very good in terms of the business ideas one, at communicating a concept. The 0 to 100K is very clearly illustrated. You also incorporate a design aesthetic that shows money is happening here. So I think that this works really well overall because it delivers on a concept. So this is overperforming for a channel of your size. So I think that the thing that you're getting right is you're getting topics people care about. I think if the packaging can also be improved in many ways, and if the packaging and the overall design quality can also be improved, is that since the topics are so strong, if the packaging of the thumbnail can be improved in any way, that it could double or even 10x the view potential of the videos, and you could more consistently get these 1,000 view videos plus, and then you could build momentum over time, going beyond that. For your short form, I think that these are doing pretty well in views, if I'm being honest, especially for a new creator. But I think that the key to that is the topics. If you keep up the shorts, I think it's fine. Just remember that shorts have no impact on long form content. In fact, I was coaching a gaming creator today that kind of proved this. He had short form that was based on a completely different game that he quit, and those shorts were still up on his channel and they were irrelevant. They had views, but he wasn't playing that game anymore, and it had no impact. And he stopped playing that game 6 months prior. It had no impact over the 6 months and longer term on his long form videos where he was playing a completely different game. So the fact that almost all of his shorts content, and this is like 150 shorts, had no impact on his long form videos because they were completely different video games. It just kind of was one of those last nails in the coffin for me, that the shorts don't affect the long form in a negative way, because he had really good views in the past on those shorts, but he wasn't playing that game anymore. He quit playing that game. And even while he was switching games and had both during a similar time period, his long form views were completely killing it, and it was a different game. So it just goes to show you that the shorts don't have a negative impact one way or the other on the long form. It's a perception thing that YouTubers are superstitious about, but it currently is not the case, and it hasn't been for the last year at a minimum. By the way, you don't have to make shorts if you don't like them. There is an audience you miss out on by not making shorts, but you don't have to if you don't like them. But overall, I think there's a lot of positive things happening for this channel early on. I think it's a strong start. I think if you can make videos consistently and if you can package them well, I think if you make the videos consistently and you can package them well, that you will see growth overall on this channel. And I think that consistent branding can just help people prioritize your videos. The good news is you're also in the overwhelming majority of the thumbnails. So keep that up, and I think this will do well. So overall, well done. Good start. There are things that can be improved. I said some branding things can be improved. The banner can be improved, making sure people understand the schedule if there is one. And again, all of you, check how your YouTube channel looks on mobile and desktop and on television sets. More and more, YouTube is pushing, and the culture itself is pushing and normalizing YouTube being watched on television sets. When people are at home, they watch on their biggest screen. When people are at home, they do not watch on their phone. They have a bigger screen to be watching on, and they will watch YouTube right then and there. And YouTube is giving them better content than streaming is. So they're valuing it. So don't sleep on this. But what do you guys think about Miss Diamond Hunter Enterprises launch of her YouTube channel and what I had to say about it? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Would you do something different than what I'm asking? Let me know in the comment section if you're watching the replay. Let me know in the chat if you're still watching live. So there we go. Absolutely. Agreed. Consistency is key. Roberto, I need an editor. I have 3 videos waiting, but can't keep consistent editor. Any suggestions? I am someone who prefers local editors, but aside from if you can't find someone local to be your editor, try to see if there's anyone in your network, or try to see if there's anyone in your community who loves your videos, likes your content, also likes editing. A lot of people recruit from their community. We'll definitely implement the changes suggested. Yeah, absolutely. I think that can help you. Let's see. All right, so we have Mr. Flexalot next, and then we have Jackie D. McKeever, and then that will close out the channel reviews. Jermot says, I remember Dex's last review. That's impressive growth. Yeah, absolutely. Thoughts regarding Fiverr, Upwork? I hear those platforms are great ones. They can be if you find a diamond in the rough when it comes to that. From an affordability standpoint, they can be great. But like I said, I prefer to hire local whenever possible because I like knowing the people that I work with. For me, I hire more for trust and I work with people based on trust more than I do on talent. But also, anyone who knows me or has been around knows I got trust issues, got trust issues. So I hire for trust rather than talent. So that's the thing for me. If something's important and urgent, there's almost no way that I don't hire local or at least someone that I'm familiar with and that I have frequently been in contact with. All right. Diamond Hunter Enterprises says, bottom line, I will book a one-on-one session with Roberto. Thanks. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So we have our last two. I think my voice is going to hold. So let's go to Mr. Flexalot and see what we're working with. All right. So Mr. Flexalot, 63 videos, 144 subs. Enjoy the gaming content. Okay. So I think you are going to need a channel banner that at least shows some of what you're doing and has your schedule in it, if I'm being honest. 63 videos. Let's see how many of these are actual videos versus shorts and where the consistency lies. So, start a year ago and we've got 4, 8, 12, 16. Okay. So the primary lack of growth is it's not that bad because you've only made 16 videos over the course of a year. There was a massive 6-month break in consistency. So that was a thing. Decent views in the past month or so, but again, another drop in consistency. And I think I think you need to commit to something because a lot of these are one-offs. a lot of these are one-offs. Right now, I'll be honest with you, Assassin's Creed Shadows is new. There were a lot of people that were hating on it, rightfully or wrongly. And I think that you need to do, if you're going to do gaming content, you need to be able to set expectations, but also the thumbnails have to be stronger. The thumbnails have to be stronger. And I'm not saying this in any negative, mean way towards you. I'm making a general statement when I say this. The last thing YouTube needs or wants is another below average gaming channel. I'm not calling you that because you are a beginner. It is fine to be a beginner. What I am telling you is the last thing YouTube wants or needs is another subpar gaming channel. And people don't have the tolerance or patience for it, and they won't give people a chance if they think that that's what they're getting. Now, I don't think that you have to be a subpar or mediocre gaming channel. And I also think that these views are not bad for a beginner who's made less than 20 long form videos. But I do think that I think your thumbnails have to be much, much stronger than this. So I'm going to show you a small gaming channel that is absolutely crushing it when it comes to thumbnails and getting views, even though they're small. So Geek Media Central is a previous channel that we've reviewed. And I want you to look at these thumbnails and look at these views for Geek Media Center's, Geek Media Central's last couple of videos. Look at the videos that they've done in the last month since coming back to YouTube. The last 6 videos since they came back to YouTube, look at these views and look at these thumbnails. Now, I want to go back to your channel. Now, again, you're new, so do not take it to heart. You can improve, but look at the difference in the thumbnail quality there. But you're able to overcome some of that. This isn't bad one. This avowed one is not bad. The audience reacted well to this avowed thumbnail for from a month ago. But here's also something I think you should do. I don't see why you wouldn't do a gameplay series for some of these games, especially the new ones, like South of Midnight. You gave first impressions. It still, is early because it's 2 days ago. And it's and Assassin's Creed is out now and Avowed. Why wouldn't you do a 10 episode series on these where you focus on specific aspects of the game, not just an episode 1, episode 2, episode 3 thing for people, but make specific content about these games and things that people don't understand or that are doing or that are exciting or the most hyped or find a way to make 10 videos about each of these games and to be able to basically in my mind, like, I think you can dedicate a month to a game and put out 10 or 12 videos in a month about a game that could get people into the game and be kind of their definitive look at that game. And I think that you could do research and you could think this out. So in my mind, because again, remember what I said about like putting out maybe 10 to 12 videos a month? I think that if you dedicate every month because you don't want to get bored and you want to do multiple games clearly, here's my thing. You could narrow the focus of that, not get overwhelmed, and you could just every month dedicate your channel every month to a different game and kind of make the content in that month with 10 or 12 videos that will be the content that will help you decide if this game is for you and that you have a style of the game and that you are covering the game in a way that gives people depth, but gives them what they want and gives them multiple ways to discover your content and decide if this game is right for them or if they can give this game a chance. So I feel like that would be a way to one, lock in, make your content consistent, and to also satisfy your desire to do multiple games on a channel. But I also think you have to build a brand aesthetic around the content while still honoring like the game, but do something where you just at least pick a font and stick with it, and that maybe you pick some design elements that you can stick with as well. So color code for some consistency, have some font consistency, and again, even for a single month, you can be consistent at a great game. Like I think Space Marine 2, I think you could dedicate a month to that, but right now, because Assassin's Creed Shadows is out and people are still on the fence about it, I would just dedicate a month to it. Dedicate a month to Avowed. It's relatively new. Um, and then since you said and people cared about whether first impressions around um, Kingdom Come Deliverance, whether it's for you, I would dedicate a month to that. Like I think that that's a really good way to approach a channel where you can cover multiple games but still have some consistency, add some depth, build up a way and make that content evergreen, so it's not just about the game launching, but about when people are ready to give it a chance, they'll understand why and have a way to have an experience of the game in multiple videos and dimensions that allow them to kind of get a sense of the value of being invested emotionally or financially in the game. So that's just something I would think about, and that is what would be my advice to you. So again, I'm not trying to be negative about you in particular when I say the last thing YouTube needs is another mediocre gaming channel. I'm trying to teach you to not be how you could avoid ever being thought of as that mediocre gaming channel and how instead you can become um a channel that provides real value to gaming viewers so that they could really make a decision of, are people like lying to me about this game, or did people not put me onto this, or it's like, did I not give this game a fair chance? Should I revisit this? I want people who are conflicted about giving a game a chance to say that your channel is like, what does Flex think? Like, what does Mr. Flexalot think? And should I just give this game a chance? So I think if you can manage that, that it gives people something different instead of watching Zach Scott play through a game. I think you should think of your channel as the place to where you're going to get a real answer as to whether you should give this game a chance. And I don't think one video about a game is enough to decide if you're going to give a game a chance. I also think that when you make these episodes about the game for the month, that you can edit them all together and then release that as the ultimate video guide for that game so that someone can decide whether it's actually for them or not. So those are my thoughts for you, and hopefully that helps. So, what do you think about Mr. Flexalot? I think that for his channel launch, he's off to a good start. I think the weakness is consistency, focus, and branding, if I'm being honest. I think it's consistency, I think it's focus, I think it's branding, and I think it's establishing his formats. And I think there's a desire for variety. And while I normally tell you that variety channels are dead, I gave you a solution where you can combine variety with consistency and focus in a way that creates value for the viewer if that is what you desire, especially for you gamers out there, because I know that a lot of times I'm telling you things that absolutely conflict with what you're passionate about, but I gave you an out here. And again, it doesn't have to be intense as a 10 episodes in a month, 12 episodes in a month schedule like I'm proposing. You could work it down if you're willing to do 6 in 2 weeks or 5 in 2 weeks and get that out. Um, that could make sense and allow you to then move on to another game and move on to another game. But at least if you're doing a 5 episode series and you're getting 5 episodes out within a 2 week span and there's some method to your madness, then at least you're getting out 10 videos on your YouTube channel a week, ranked 1 through 10 on how well they perform. At least you're having something consistent that people can binge watch. And then also, you're getting 12 videos a month technically because you're also releasing the compilation of that video. And then also, if you're doing these and you're planning them in a really smart way, you can also milk YouTube Shorts clips out of those episodes and get even more content, and you could feed off of that. So this would be a way to have consistency, upload frequency, variety, depth, and still be able to cover a multitude of games if that's your fancy. But I think considering a specific value proposition for the viewer, like in the case of Mr. Flexalot, is I think he should be the place that the gaming community goes when they want a game to be given a fair chance. And his videos could be the place where games are given a fair chance, especially games that have a controversy. And I think that's the big key, leaning to games that people might be not giving a fair shake, especially in the Twitterverse, and that are maybe people are jumping the gun, have early criticism, are negging a game before it even comes out. Like, I think that there is a potential value to that. For example, the new Ghost of I think it's Utai, the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima. There's another one of those coming out. That one's getting a lot of criticism. Like maybe you're the guy who's able to give it a fair shake and go in depth with it in more than one video, and then let people have a resource that helps them make up their own mind. So, that's just something to think about. So, um, that is my thoughts. What do you guys think? Agree with me? Disagree with me? Let me know in the comments. If you're watching the replay, let me know. If you're in the live chat, what do you think? Yeah, I think that was a good one. Diamond Hunter Enterprise says, Roberto, quick question. For evergreen channels, would you say posting 2 days a week on Monday and Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Friday? Yeah, as your schedule allows. Try for consistency, but as your schedule allows, absolutely. You love the streaming setup. Yeah, Headbangers Kitchen. If we post my kit.co links, I have all the gear that I use for my streaming setup for the most part. I need to do an updated version, but most of it is in there. But yeah, I could definitely stand to do an updated version. Maybe I'll get to that this weekend. All right. So we're doing our last review here. We're doing Miss Jackie D. McKeever. And this will be the last review for the evening. And then we're calling it a night. And we'll get in just under 4 hours. So we got Jackie D. McKeever. Thank you, by the way, to the mods for staying up so late. We got Jackie D. McKeever, helping Christian women over 40 align their life and business with their God-given calling. Okay. I think that this will mostly work in terms of the mobile and the big thing I would say here is though the background should extend to the entire banner size. And the subscribe arrow doesn't work anymore because YouTube doesn't have a subscribe button on this side anymore. It's all moved. So I would redo the banner to be consistent with current YouTube standards. I also don't think you necessarily here need to have your face again in the banner in this case. If it's just basically a circle cutout profile pic, I think your profile pic here is just fine. It's a good photo. 1,500 subs, 700 videos. Looks like some of those are shorts though. In terms of playlist, there might be a healthy enough for what it is amount of playlist featured on channel. Maybe one or two more featured playlists would be helpful to guide the viewers. These thumbnails are not bad. The poses, though, you're using the same pose probably too many times. That could be a little bit repetitive. Let's see what the most popular videos were on the channel ever. I think that using beginner questions is actually the right answer to a lot of this. In general, I think that you don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to the topics of the content. I think that just your own different delivery for the topics of the content would be the right answer. But I think your biggest issue, of course, is going to be thumbnail packaging for one thing. For what the content is, the production value might be fine. It's the packaging for the thumbnails that really probably is the biggest issue overall. You know, if you're going to take the faith-based business approach, you got to know Mr. Myron Golden. Mr. Myron Golden is unironically the gold standard for the type of content you want to make. And I think that you can learn a lot from his approach to thumbnails, and his thumbnails aren't even perfect, but they are very, very deliberate, consistent, and concept driven. I'd argue his current thumbnails are stronger than they've been in the past, and I would go off of his current aesthetic and appropriate some of the current aesthetic, but with a female twist. And so I would just make the colors and the branding more there. The thumbnails for his live streams really are the masterclass though, but also some of these titles. And I would use his concepts and titles, but then gear them a little bit more toward women and make sure that there's an identity call out for that in the titles. So from a title and topic standpoint, I would tap into what Myron Golden is doing. And then I would also be inspired by his branding and thumbnails. And I would just make the difference that it's in there in such a way that it speaks to women. And I think if you can accomplish that, that you'll overcome a lot of the barrier to views that you might be experiencing and start getting the views that you want because you'll be able to do things that are proven in terms of demand. I also think that from a banner standpoint, if you have a coaching business, that Myron's done something smart with putting the website for his coaching business in there, or at least his major lead magnet, if anything, in the banner. And I think if you do something like that in your banner, that could actually be extremely practical. So from building a personal brand, and I think since your content is also question-based content, and I think it's also something that can be made fairly straightforwardly or easily, I think that you could really replicate without reinventing the wheel Myron Golden's approach, but then brand it for women and to attract female entrepreneurs. And then you and Myron Golden both share a faith-based approach to business. So I would do that. Should you redo your recent thumbnails? Yes, absolutely. I would, because they're still fresh. I would just do the last thumbnails from the last month or so. I would redo the thumbnails from the last month or so. This one would stay focused, even though it didn't get a lot of views, is not bad. I'd leave that one alone. It's fine. But again, I would redo the rest of the thumbnails from that going forward. And I would think that will help you. But I'd also try, without misleading the viewer, to rewrite the titles for these last 12 or 16 videos. I would try to rewrite the titles in addition to redoing the thumbnails without it being dishonest, because then I would just repackage them. So I would just repackage them. And I think in doing that, you will have much more success. And then I think in general, going forward, using different topic selection with the inspiration from Myron Golden for what people are attracted to and what people care about, and then just reframing some of these things where you can make it more appealing to women who are entrepreneurs, that are faith-based. Because again, you and Myron have the same value system for the most part there. I think that's the key. And so, yeah, I think that that will do it, and that vibe attracts your tribe, as we like to say. So packaging is going to be your biggest issue, aside from just redefining topic selection, but we found the sweet spot for topic selection for you. But that's going to be it for the channel reviews tonight. Thank you for everybody who joined us. And again, thank you to our good friends over at oneof10.com. Shout out to them. If you want to check out One of 10 for the best strategy tool to help you with YouTube thumbnails and seeing what your neighbors in your niche are doing, titles that have been effective, and title formats that you could utilize to get more views, I would definitely check them out. Use discount code Roberto to get 50% off from them. Use discount code AWESOME in order to get a free trial. If nothing else, absolutely get the free trial. Try it before you buy, see if you like it, and just take it from there. And then when you're ready to buy, use the 50% discount code. But that's it for channel reviews. Thank you to the mods for holding everything down in the chat. Thank you to everybody who super chatted. Thank you to everyone who asked great and wonderful questions. So there's the information for you guys for One of 10. So make sure you're checking them out. And we will catch you next week. We're going to close out the stream where you can learn more about Awesome Creator Academy. I would encourage you to check us out over at www.awesomecreatoracademy.com/join. Also, make sure you're checking out my book if you haven't already, Create Something Awesome, How Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. You can also check out our free Creator Foundations course, as well as our free Creator Foundations Discord server. These are things and resources that can help you. With the free Creator Foundations course is a either $0 course, or you can donate $5, $15 if you feel like it. It is a pay what you want, pay what you can course. I put it together over 4 hours of material, including a 90-minute monetization masterclass teaching you about brand deals, affiliate links, AdSense, and more. So you want to check out the Creator Foundations course. It's one of our best resources. And again, it's free, or you can donate whatever you'd like. It's a great way to support. You also can check out our free Creator Foundations Discord to connect with more like-minded creators, get some feedback if you're not ready to join us in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group. They're going to learn about here at the end of the stream. Thank you so much, everybody. I will catch you next week. Don't forget to come to our Wednesday workshops. We're teaching content creators under 20,000 subscribers how to build their strategies from scratch, how to learn the basics of YouTube, and basically where to start if you don't know where or how to start. You want to show up to the Wednesday workshops. It's basically Creator Night School. So make sure you're checking that out. You'll see that in the live tab over on the YouTube channel. Stay awesome. I'll catch you next time. Becoming a content creator can be a very lonely process and adventure, but it doesn't have to be. When I first got started going from 0 to 100,000 subscribers, I had to do it all by myself. I didn't have a community of like-minded and like-hearted creators to talk to or to ask for advice, and I certainly didn't have a mentor to guide me along the way. I built the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group because when I was getting started, what would have meant the world to me is not to have to struggle alone when it comes to being a full-time content creator. If I had had a community of creators that I could talk to and share information with, I would have avoided a lot of mistakes in my early career, and there would have been opportunities with brand deals where I would have gotten a better understanding of how to negotiate, and I wouldn't have undersold myself. I wouldn't have been taken advantage of in those early situations. So in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group, myself and our co-instructor Andy Rivera, we meet twice a week for office hours with our creators, and we share information, we talk about how we're building our creator businesses, and we offer constructive criticism and critique on the things that we're working on for our projects. You'll be part of a community of usually around 100 like-minded creators who are taking this seriously just like you are. You'll also have all access as a pro group member to all of our past, present, and future courses, training, templates, digital downloads, and swipe files. You have full access to our creator blueprints where you'll see our systems and the frameworks that we use to execute. You know, you always fall or rise to the standard of your systems. A lot of people really underestimate how important that is. We have digital download templates that can help you so you don't have to start with a blank canvas. These done for you files are actually incredibly helpful, especially for things like your thumbnails, your media kits, and anything you need for your branding as a content creator to look professional. We have email swipe files that help you with reaching out to brands. We have great information in helping you price yourself and build your packages appropriately. And remember, as part of the pro group, you have the opportunity to ask questions from myself and all the other creators participating. And so this means that if you need to ask questions about negotiation or a brand deal, there's something you're not sure about, you're trying to find a better monetization opportunity with merch or affiliates, you have people who have done it before, who are already making money, that you can reach out to for advice. As I said, when I was starting out and I was flying solo, this is the thing that I wish I'd had the opportunity to be a part of, and it would have made all the difference in the world in helping me be an even more successful content creator. If you have questions, you can always reach out via support. We're happy to help you figure out if the pro group is right for you. Also, we do have the opportunity if you become a VIP member, if you also would like quarterly one-on-one coaching with me directly. Now go out there and create something awesome today, and hopefully we'll see you in the pro group. Take care.